Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm glad to be one of you here. Tourism and peace means a lot. We have people coming from different places all over the world, coming to Tanzania or going to other places. And whenever they travel or whenever they do in different areas, they must be in a situation which is peaceful. So in Tanzania, we have the efforts by Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan. We know what is happening here. And what the government is trying to do is to ensure that there is peace, so that our visitors, our tourists who visit Tanzania and all over the world, they reach here and they spend their time in the country peacefully. So our theme of this conference this year wants just to remind everyone that in our undertakings, we need to ensure that peace is our priority, to make sure that the industry, the tourism industry grows and earns a lot of money for our country and all over the world. Thank you so much for giving me this chance.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pima, for that enlightenment. And for that case, I think the local government here have done a lot. I've seen some improvement in our roads. We see the street lights now has been improved, and I see some banners which advertise about tourist and diplomatic police. They are working very hard 24/7 to ensure there's a peace in Arusha. Try to improve the security, because myself, I hate very much when I pass through the night and I see some black spot, because they're inviting some crime issues. But I'd like to invite Madam Helen to give us a bit about the tourism and terrorist acts. Please share with us.
Good morning to all of you. The only thing is about taking care of our city, knowing one another, because if we don't know one another as well, it's possible we might welcome people who are not favorable in our area. Now, we understand what happens when you are attacked, like what I'm going to present. It is believed when you are attacked, like what has happened in other areas, this particular sector is affected so much. If it's a terrorist attack, it takes 13 months to recover. Now you understand, this is not an independent sector. Tourism is about food, is about accommodation, is about transport or whatever. Now, if a destination is attacked, it means all these sectors will paralyze. Now, it takes 13 months to recover. Think of employment, think of economic impact. It's about circulation, it's about employment, and think of other related activities in the sector. So it's very important to protect whatever it takes to protect this particular sector from that happening. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. It takes 13 months to recover. So if our target is to reach 5 million tourists till 2025, if anything like that happens, it means we won't be able to achieve that. So now I'd like to invite Ebenezer Goroi to take us in toward achieving 5 million tourists benchmark by 2025. Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Morning. It's World Tourism Day, Damari. Morning. Okay, so technically, we're going to have a discussion. It's sort of a discussion because I understand that we have a lot of stakeholders within the building, including the academicians and, of course, some people from the industry. So we're going to discuss on towards achieving the 5 million benchmark by 2025, and we're going to look specifically on the prospects and challenges that lay ahead in this particular particular segment. So I want it to be more of a discussion, and later on, of course, we'll have time for questions, but also time to discuss several issues that are there. Now, my name is Ebenezer Goroi. I'm an assistant lecturer at the College of African Wildlife Management, that is MWECA, and of course, that is my email. Now, fast forward, let's start to trying to understand the background information on this particular aspect. Now, we all know that the Tanzania tourism sector experienced a remarkable resurgence in 2023 with two things. Number one is that visitors' numbers and revenues exceeded from the first time after the post-pandemic period, which actually had problems in our tourism industry. According to the Tanzania Invest, 2024, in 2023, tourist arrivals to Tanzania increased by 24.3% to a record-breaking of 1.8 million tourists, which in turn resulted, as compared to 2022, in which we had only 1.4 tourists in our country. Also, in terms of receipts, as you can see, we reached a high record of US dollars 3.3, almost 3.4 in 2023 compared to what we call 2.5 in 2022. Now, we all understand what happened during the COVID pandemic. The tourism industry faced a downfall globally, and of course Tanzania was also affected in that particular context, and we lost a lot of money out of that. If you look specifically in 2020, revenues were down to almost USD 1 billion, of course, globally. But of course, from the peak of USD 2.6 billion in revenues, and of course 1.5 million arrivals in 2029. So, according to BOT 2024, it is very well captured that the country's foreign exchange earning also grew to 3.4 billion, which is specifically a rise in 36% from the same period in 2022. And experts automatically say that from the first recovery of the sector, then the GDP contribution in 2025-26 probably will reach its highest level. Now, if we say that the growth rate holds steady, that means tourist arrival, automatically revenues will probably reach the 6 billion mark. Now, what do we have there? We have two aspects. The first aspect is what? We're planning to reach 5 million tourists. The second part is what? 6 billion in revenues. But on the first part, which is what we say 6 billion in revenues, currently we are almost 3.4 billion in revenues. It means what? It means we're down to almost 2.6 in whatsoever. So the revenue target seems likely to achieve, because we are only 3.4, we're left with 2 years, but now there are still concerns as to whether the 5 million benchmark which we have can be attained by the year 2025. And in connection to that, the revenue target, which is 6 billion, looks more attainable, as I said, but the argument is this. It can be argued that we don't require specifically 5 million tourists to reach the attained 6 million USD in revenues. Because what? If we still have 1.8 and have attained 3.4, automatically, probably if we have another 1.3, we might reach, of course, 6 billion. But specifically now, despite the fact, the question now comes, and this is a very triggering question. One, can Tanzania achieve 5 million tourists by 2025? And if so, is it feasible? And if it's feasible, what are some of the prospects and some of the challenges and key points to think about when you go on forward in achieving the 5 million benchmark. So technically, this is the idea that we're coming forward to propose, and of course, making sure that we have a lot of insights and proposing recommendations for the government so that at least when we reach 2025 and further ahead, the goal can be achieved. So what I did specifically is, in the course of few months, I reviewed literature and documents analysis, and of course I did unstructured interviews. I'm a qualitative researcher, so I did a lot of unstructured interviews with a lot of stakeholders, of course, during Karibu Kili Fair, and other elements in which I found stakeholders. After that, we selected, appraised, and summarizing data, and of course, thematic analysis was used as the basis of discussion. So technically, this is just an informative paper trying to look upon some of the issues and key points we are going to discuss. Now, let's try to discuss some of these issues. When we speak of tourist arrivals, four things to me comes in mind. These variables include the following. Number one, first of all, you have to understand, we have in Africa, only 4 countries have exceeded the 5 million benchmark and so on. And the number one is Egypt, of course. Throughout time, it has consistently had a lot of tourists, and of course, recently, almost 4.9 tourists. Then we have Morocco, Tunisia, and South Africa, both exceeding 5 million. Of course, Tanzania, we're still in 1.8. Of course, we are gearing towards reaching 5 million tourists. Now, what are some of the variables or key areas that we think should be looked upon so that when we go or think of the 5 million benchmark plus the revenues, we have to check upon them? The number one variable is airport facilities and services. The second one is accommodation facilities and services. The third one is human resource, or rather human resource management. And lastly, which actually assists in establishing grounds for promoting tourism in our country, meaning that by increasing the numbers. Of course, promotion as a tool in the marketing mix. And those that are studying marketing, I think they understand the marketing mix. So these 4 elements are crucial in all the countries that we saw, and of course globally, in assuring that one, the environment is conducive when we think of 5 million tourists, of course revenues, but also attracting and promoting tourism and tourists coming in our countries. So I'm going to discuss some of these issues, and of course later we'll have a discussion with other colleagues and try to see on how we can capitalize on that. Now, on airport facilities and services, it is key in worldwide or even in Africa. If you look on all the 4 countries that have 5 million tourists and above, and of course globally, you'll find one key thing that is there. Most of these countries rely on what we call inbound tourism, that is international receipts. And if you look on international receipts, most of these tourists travel by what? By air. And if you look in Africa, more than 70% of these tourists, of course, are inbound tourists. So the first thing, so it is very important to understand that airport facilities and services are very crucial in, one, making sure that arrivals are handled properly, but also tourists come within a particular area, and it can facilitate smooth transition of these tourists. If you look, for instance, at the Cairo International Airport, it can facilitate more than 26 million tourists. Johannesburg, which is our Tambo, 21 million, and Cape Town, which is 10 million. They are way ahead of us, which I think it's very crucial if you want to go there. So airport facilities and services should match the required input. We cannot say that we want 5, 10, 20 million tourists. At the same time, the facilities that we have in terms of airport, if you benchmark with other countries, does not facilitate smooth transition of tourism activities or tourists coming in our country. So manpower, security, and amenities and accessibility are key issues in airport operations. I've seen recently Egypt has made sure that it has upgraded its facilities and increase the number of passport counters and visa outlets within airports to facilitate smooth transition of these particular areas. Now, if you look on the prospects of the side of our country, if you look at Kia, for instance, Kia can hardly accommodate 1 million tourists, of course, throughout the entire year. JKN, of course, with the expansion of Terminal 1, which can hold almost 500,000, Terminal 2, 1.5 million. And of course, with the construction of the Terminal 3, perhaps it can automatically hold more than 6 million in years to come. So I think the prospects are there, and we do believe that automatically, as time progresses on, then this can be realized in a particular element. But also the government has made efforts to upgrade airports at U.S. Nyerere International Airport. We've seen upgrading in Arusha, which of course is a feeder airport, Iringa and other parts of Mbeya in that particular area. But also passengers arriving through our international airports has risen from 2.8 in 2023 to 3.8 in recent statistics by TIA. Of course, now this includes other people that are not, of course, tourists in that particular. However, in terms of air traffic, 5 million arrivals will represent an equivalent of 50 Airbuses. So what we mean by this is that if you look, we still lack in terms of air traffic control. For instance, how many Airbuses can land at Kia? It is argued that hardly, we can only land 2 Airbuses at the same time at Kia. It means the facilities at Kia can only facilitate that particular aspect. At the same time, if we want to have 5 million tourists, what does it mean? It means arrivals will represent an equivalent of 50 Airbuses placed approximately 13,700 passengers per day arriving in Tanzania. So it shows that we have a lot of things to do, and we have a lot of work to undertake, so that when we think of having 5 million tourists, then we have to think also of the services that are there within. So realistic goals should be backed up with reliable plans to attract airlines. However, the government is doing very well in terms of assuring that they promote and make sure that at least they add the services within these airport facilities. Another variable, which is accommodation, we understand very clearly we cannot discuss of tourism without discussing accommodation. So accommodation facilities are a determining factor in the choice of destination visited, and it has been widely researched that the type and distinction of accommodation facilities may sometimes influence tourist arrivals in that particular destination. So what we mean here, if you look on our country, we are still shortage of hotel beds. This has been said clearly by the ministry, by the President, Honorable Samia Suluhu, and other stakeholders. We still lack hotel beds that can accommodate the number of tourists that we think. Only less than 50,000 hotel beds are currently available against the demand that is almost over 100,000 beds there. So now imagine, if we are still short with 1.8, what are the prospects if we have 5 million in our country? So I think we have to make sure that the target of 5 million tourists has, and with the interventions that have been done, we make sure that we create a conducive environment, because Tanzania still lacks sufficient good quality and value for money facilities for low and mid-budget travelers. Now, when we say of this, we mean what? We mean, when we think of accommodation, we should think of accommodation that caters what? Caters both sets of group of tourists. For those that understand Cohen identified, we have a lot of tourism preferences, right? We have what we call individual mass tourists, we have organized mass tourists, we have explorers, and we have drifters. If you look on most countries, specifically in Europe, they have capitalized on all the markets, meaning that you must have accommodation facilities to cater what? To cater the organized mass tourists, which are luxury tourists, individual mass tourists, which of course are self-catered by these accommodations that $50 to $100, and you have to also have accommodation facilities that cater for all these other elements, which are the explorers and the drifters, including what? Including backpackers and their like. Now for this, if you look specifically in other countries, for instance, if you go to South Africa, it has been widely observed that South Africa has capitalized on the new trending accommodation type, which is what we call Airbnb. I think everybody is familiar with it. Now, Airbnbs have become an emerging type of accommodation and a choice for most low-budget and explorers. We understand when we have organized mass tourists, of course they'll go to high and five-star hotels, but the tourists that are within explorers and drifters are the ones that contribute specifically to improve the livelihood of the local communities which are in a particular area. So if you want to think of increasing the number of tourists, we have also to think on the ways in which we can increase and diversify the types of accommodation to attract both elements in that particular areas. But also, in terms of human resource, I think this is very clear. Human resource is a key element in tourism industry. And when we say human resource, we don't mean numbers. This has to be categorically clear. We speak of the technical know-how of the people that are working within the industry. If we say, for instance, in Tanzania, we have so many universities and colleges that are offering tourism education. But if you look closely, I've been an academician for almost 14 years. I know this very well. Each year, more than 2,000 graduates are graduating from tourism. So the numbers, the problem is not numbers. The problem is, what is the technical know-how of the graduates and the attributes that are there within the industry? So I think we should, I commend the good work that is done by, of course, IIA, MEC and other places, of course, including the National College of Tourism. They're doing very well. But I think now it's high time that we make sure that the supply and demand of general skills is met, and the industry should determine what is needed, not the academicians that are part and parcel of creating the curriculums that are there. So lastly, in terms of promotion, I think this is very clear. You cannot have a lot of tourists if you don't do promotions. So effective promotion strategies are crucial in attracting tourists and meeting the 5 million benchmark. If you look at Kenya, for instance, if you benchmark at Kenya, Kenya has a benchmark of 5 million tourists by 2027, but they have put in place a very campaign that is called Tembea Kenya, which is aims at what innovative products and experiences through advocacy and events. So what I'm trying to say is that despite our tremendous efforts from our country in making sure that the government is promoting, of course, we have seen the Royal Tour, we have also seen the other coming documentary, which is called Amazing Tanzania, which automatically will explore the Chinese market. And of course, with the arrival of 16 CEOs from Brazil and other tour operating companies, we do hope that at least within the South American region, then of course, which is the new market, can also be facilitated in that particular aspects. So I think I have only 2 minutes. So let me go first to the recommendations and conclusion. Now, my conclusion is that it is imperative to state that the goal of reaching 5 million tourists by 2025 obviously might not be realistic, but it means at the moment. However, the goal of attaining USD 6 billion in revenues seems likely, and I do believe that if, with the ongoing trend and support from the government through the Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, the likelihood of attaining 5 million tourists in the near future is certain. I do recommend the following things, very quick. Despite the government's efforts to upgrade several airports to accommodate more tourists, if we are aiming at 5 million tourists, there is a need to expand and upgrade airport facilities. This is very clear. 2, should create favorable environment for the private sector to invest in sufficient good quality accommodations. And this is very crucial. When we speak of the private sector, we're not speaking of, people with money that can build big hotels. We're speaking of people that are entering tourism businesses and can create small-scale based accommodation that can cater both both facilities. For instance, the concept of Airbnb, as I explained prior. But number three, emphasis should be put on designing curricula that fits the needs of current needs. Means that Ruge leo kusema kitu kimoja, biashara inaanzia sokoni, sio? It starts. When the industry guys, lazima, you have to come with specific segments, specific elements that you think are needed within the industry. And of course, universities and colleges will implement the same to make sure that we fill the void gap that is there in our. And lastly, to capitalize on new source market, there should be the diversification of tourism products, while digital marketing platform and strategy impact. So we have to diversify our tourism products. Why? Because if we still rely on the same products that we have, it means what? We will still be having the same type of tourists that are there. We have seen the diversification that is there. We have golf courses that have been built. So you have to make sure that we diversify to attract new types of tourists that are there and that have to come in our place. So this will be essential in increasing the visibility, and of course, industry-driven trade shows and road shows should be encouraged, as the one that is done, of course, by Rethink Africa and TATO and other places within it. So towards achieving 5 million tourists, I do believe, let us work together to realize this goal. And thank you very much. Welcome for discussion.
Thank you very much, Ebenezer Goroy. And I would like to invite Dr. Charles to share some discussion with our presenter. Our microphone.
Mtazamaji wa ITV, ni kongamano kuelekea siku
a comment, a question, a suggestion for the improvement of the work. But also, if you have some issues to raise, you can take also that opportunity. Before we go to the floor, our presenter, I have some issues to ask for explanation before we go to the floor. Number one, Antonio Guterres, who is the UN Secretary General, pronounced the tourism day, the World Tourism Day theme, which is actually tourism and peace. My question is, how do you connect your presentation with the World Tourism Day, tourism and peace?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Now, I've presented about reaching 5 million tourists as a benchmark for our country. Now, if you look specifically, when we speak of tourist influx, what do we actually mean? We mean meeting new people, diversified cultures, and of course, the interaction between different groups within the world. Now, one of the elements, I'm a cultural anthropologist, one of the elements that foster peace and security is cross-cultural management. The more cultures meet, the more people travel from one place to another, it is at that particular moment where we realize we understand different groups within the region. So, if we have more tourists from new source markets, that means other places in the world, including what? Including reaching, of course, 5 million and even 10 million tourists. The more diversified we are in terms of interacting, the more cultures can be explored, the more understanding in terms of culture, of course, please promote that particular aspect.
Thank you very much. You have been about 5 million towards the benchmark. What would you like to have a take away? Where do you draw this benchmark? From which place do you come up with this benchmark?
Actually, the benchmark was provided by the government of Tanzania. The Ministry of Natural Resources and Tourism, they had the benchmark of specifically that we want to reach 5 million tourists by 2025. So what we did is that trying to look at the visibility of that particular element and trying to discuss in that particular aspect.
Thank you very much. The last question before we go to the floor. We have been talking about sustainability because of the emerging issues, including climate change.
ITV ni kongamano kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani, na tuko hapa katika hoteli ya Green Melia jijini Arusha. Chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kushirikiana na Rethinking wameandaa kongamano hili ambalo litafanyika leo siku ya tarehe 26 mwezi wa 9 2024, lakini siku ya kesho tunafahamu kwamba ndo kilele cha siku ya utalii duniani, na kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu inazungumza kwamba tourism and peace, yani utalii na amani. Bado tunaendelea na kongamano hili, na ambacho kinaendelea ndani kwa sasa ni mijadiliano tofauti. Wadau wa utalii wako hapa kutoka mashirika ya kiserikali na mashirika binafsi kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda vizuri kabisa. Lakini timu nzima ya IA Media tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunakupatia update zote za kila kitu ambacho kinaweza kuendelea. Na kongamano hili tunafahamu kwamba siku ya kesho ndio itakuwa kilele ambapo ndo tunaadhimisha siku ya utalii duniani, na mgeni rasmi kwa siku nzima ya kesho ambapo tukio hilo litafanyika hapa ndani ya ukumbi wa hoteli ya Green Melia. Atakuwa ni waziri wa utalii, huyu ni Dr. Pindi Chana ambaye pia ni mbunge ambaye analiunda bunge la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. Endelea kuwa na IATV kuhakikisha kwamba tunakupatia update zote za kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea. Kwa sasa ndani ni mijadiliano mbalimbali inaendelea kuhakikisha kwamba wadau wa masuala mazima ya utalii na watu wengine wote ambao wamekuja kushiriki kwa siku nzima ya leo, kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Mimi naitwa Ombeni Kifum, IATV, tutaendelea kupa update zote za kila kitu kinachoendelea katika ukumbi wa Green Melia hapa jijini Arusha.
In connection with prospects, you are most welcome for a comment, a suggestion, or a question for elaboration. Raise up your hand. I can just see you. You get a mic, and please be straightforward.
Thank you.
You are most welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Goroi, for the director. I was following your presentation. I just wanted to see what is the trend so far. I don't know if you included that in your presentation. The trend meaning we are aiming at reaching 5 million, but what is the trend so far? Can you show us maybe like 10 years back we had like 2 million, or 10, 15 years back we had 1 million. So that trend could show us where are we and what we want to reach.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Noted. What is the trend for us to consider 5 million tourist benchmark?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Adi. Now, technically, if you on the main paper, of course, we have the trend that is there. I think I'll have into consideration in terms of that, making sure that we have specific trends in each year. But if you look I've explained 2019 to 2023. We are still waiting for 2024 because, of course, we have to wait until the year ends so that we have all the months within a particular year, so that we can have a trend that explains clearly what it is. But of course, in the main paper, perhaps I'll try to show the specific trends that are there.
It is actually supplementing the original question. Maybe we take 2 or 3 people. We take 3 questions or comments, then you answer all together. I have a hand behind in the midst. Yes, Dr. Mato, perhaps. You're most welcome, sir.
Thank you very much for this nice opportunity. I would like to recognize the good presentations from Dr. Goroi. Just one thing, of course, I was just thinking on the number and the value. You said there are 6B USD, and also said about the 5 million. So to me, I want just to know from you that what is the role of domestic tourism? Because I think this could contribute on increase that number. Because if you think like these variables like accommodations and other facilities, but for the domestic it could be not much an issue. So what's the role of domestic tourism to promote these 5 million?
Thank you very much. Next question. Oh, we have our friend there.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the conference. My name is Mohammed Yahyawi. I am Tanzanian, for those who don't believe me. I am African. I am from Algeria, North Africa. I feel a bit concerned about what you're saying. Tanzania is a beautiful country, which I love very much. My wife will be jealous, I think, because I've been staying here for too long. Now, you're mentioning the statistics. It's beautiful, wonderful, but these are digits and numbers. I think we should look a bit upstream and see what is available, what is going to be done to accommodate those figures. And I have in mind the situations where in some countries the tourism has been, in some places, have been saturated to the point where they put some red dots, saying don't go anymore there. Taking an example in Japan. In Japan, the local authorities are building a wall so that people don't stand up and take pictures of Fujiyama, because there have been so many people. I think for Tanzania, it should get some sort of qualitative tourism. Low budget, I don't think, to my understanding, and for what I've seen, I've been ploughing around here for many years, we have to be careful, or maybe to be discussed about this mass tourism. Tanzania deserves quality tourism. And if you look at the statistics, with 1.5 million, we're already achieving a lot of foreign earnings. That's what I wanted to say, and I would like some comment from you. Thank you.
For your comment. We appreciate. I think you have noted it. We go to this side to balance the flow. One from this side to balance the flow. Yes?
Thank you, Doctor, for a very good presentation, insightful one. I just want to compliment or to add some more information on your presentation. You have discussed on one of the issues that hindering us to reach the target is on the capacity of our airports, citing Kia Airport can hardly accommodate 2 Airbus. But I want to add some more information that we think if we address the challenge of aviation cost will also increase the number of tourists. For instance, SADC, EAC, as EAC on average, the cost of transfer, arrival and departure is still higher compared to SADC, COMESA, Middle East and even Europe. So I believe that by reducing this cost of transfer, departure and other related costs, we'll be able also to increase the number. So I think that is also something that we should address. And additional, we need these charges to be harmonized in EAC. I mean, when you look, I think average in Tanzania it's about 48 USD. South Sudan it's more than 100 USD when you count all costs. Kenya I think is 48. So I think we need to harmonize on this cost so that we have at least an average cost for EAC, because as EAC we need to advertise and promote EAC as a single destination. So we need also to harmonize that.
Thank you very much. We have heard from 3 people. The first one was talking about domestic tourism. The second one is of becoming more qualitative than more quantitative. And the second one is harmonization of these statistics regarding the countries within AAC or whatever.
Thank you very much. The first issue on the role of domestic tourism and of course in curbing and or specifically adding numbers to the 5 million benchmark, I think you're right. Domestic tourism can add some numbers. But we all know that there are challenges and significant challenges to domestic tourism in our country. So I think, for instance, if you look at domestic tourism, a lot of studies have been done in domestic tourism within our country. There are issues that are relating to the traveling culture itself, people not wanting to travel. There are issues relating to, of course, issues of income within the destinations, but also how Tanzanians perceive tourism activities in this particular area. So I think we have to work specifically, because if you look, for instance, I've read some articles that explains how, for instance, in Europe, they do practice domestic tourism within their particular area. So I think it's a very good concern, but the governing bodies specifically should make sure that, of course, domestic tourism isn't promoted. And I do believe that if you go to national parks, the rate for domestic tourism is very low. But the only cumbersome procedure is making sure that how they visit those particular areas, and of course accommodating themselves in those particular areas. So I think we have domestic tourism can assist in curbing the problem, but a lot of work has to be done in making sure that the mindset of Tanzanians are changed, and making sure that at least they can go to different particular areas. Now, when we speak, of course, my friend there spoke about issues of numbers vis-a-vis reality, making sure that Tanzania becomes a qualitative destination. First of all, I want to assure you that Tanzania currently is one among the destinations that is considered an alternative or practicing alternative tourism. Meaning what? The predominant form of tourism that we practice is what? Ecotourism. In the form of what? Wildlife tourism. That is predominantly practiced in our country. So I think currently we have no problems. But going forward, as our colleague has said, it is very important that when we add numbers, he said very clearly, we should not be speaking of numbers without speaking of the quality of services, quality of attractions, without impairing tourism experiences. So I think currently, if you look on the side of Tanzanian mainland, we still have wildlife tourism and of course other cultural tourism elements. But I think in Zanzibar during high season, this is where mass tourism happens. So if you ask me specifically, mass tourism is widely practiced in Zanzibar, which I do believe that something has to be done without impairing the tourism experiences. And of course, in mainland, I think we have room, one, to increase the number of tourists, at the same time practicing it sustainably and making sure that at least we have sustainable tourism development. So thank you very much. I think we'll take that in point, and we still have to advise the government on approaches to making sure that sustainability is practiced without impairing tourism experiences in that particular aspect. On the last aspects by my brother there, I think it's a very good observation, and if you look on the recommendation parts, of course time was not on my side, but one of the things that I've discussed also is that the aviation costs and making sure that the East African community becomes or sells itself as a single destination. Because let's be honest, Kenya offers the same product, Tanzania offers the same product, Uganda, Rwanda, and other places. So I think, one, despite offering or advertising as a single entity, we should also diversify tourism products within our region. So I think this is very important and very crucial. Thank you very much. I think also that has been taken into note, and probably the agencies can make sure that, of course, they do that in that particular aspect.
Okay, we profoundly appreciate for your explanation. We go to the second round of comments, questions. Just we get only 3 people, one from this row. Yeah, two from the 2 rows. No, from that row and one from this row.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Ebenezer, for the presentation. I don't know if it's a question, but it's like a challenge for all of us. Like, is it possible to get a breakdown? Because we have a different attraction in Tanzania. Like on Kilimanjaro, we have challenges. And all this attraction the aim is to get our target of our 6 billion, right? So is it possible to break down, like in Kilimanjaro, we have a challenge 1, 2, 3, 4, Safari, Zanzibar, and then we deal specific each attraction. So it's hard to take it as a general, like.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
you have been understood. Is it possible to specify rather than generalizing, including nature and cultural tourism? And the last one, we have our colleague at the right-hand side. Thank you very much. It is your high time. You are most welcome.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Halfan Masaza. I'm the Food and Beverage Manager and Operation Manager at Parrot Hotel. Actually, we are quite brand new hotel in Arusha. Doctor, you have, I really appreciate for your presentation, but I have a concern that we need to look at in terms of human resources. It is true that human resources are most important. We must have a good human resources who understand the culture and sensitivity of providing service in our hotels. But now, what is our benchmark? Since you mentioned that, what is our benchmark to make sure that we have those human resources which can definitely meet our services standard in Tanzania?
Thank you very much. The podium is yours.
First of all, thank you very much for my brother there. He spoke something about, of course, we have challenges in different elements. Cultural attraction, natural attractions, of course, we have national and other areas. But, okay, we cannot specifically, of course, we have challenges in those particular areas. But what we are discussing here is, we have a target of influx of 5 billion. Now, let's assume the environment is set to meet 5 million. Now, what are some of the issues that will rise when the 5 billion target is met? And these variables specifically are the ones that, of course, can be used to make sure that these 5 billion are catered for. So we're not speaking of challenges in each and every destination. That is there. We have a lot of challenges in tourism industry. If you start pointing out challenges, tour operators will come with challenges, accommodation will come with challenges. So what we're saying is, all these challenges, despite these challenges, then the 4 variables, if are set in place, 1, the guarantee of having tourists will be there. 2, the conducive environment for facilitation will be there, despite having challenges in other particular areas. So I think also, these are the issues that we have to cater and make sure that we work with them specifically. In terms of human resource, I do understand what you're saying. And while I was presenting, I've seen you nodding your head while I was speaking of human resource. And I understand in accommodation units specifically, we have a lot of problems when we come to finding the right human resource. I understand that typically. But I do believe that despite these challenges, I've seen some tremendous efforts done by government bodies, specifically the National College of Tourism is doing very good. Currently, they've invested much. They've expanded their 4 campuses. They've also invested specifically in making sure that they now produce the graduates that are there. And I think they've also benchmarked with other places. I can see Dr. Masinda here, the manager for Arusha campus. I think he'll also discuss some of these issues. But I don't know is that they've benchmarked with other places, including Utalii College in South Africa, and I think they have prospects in mind.
Thank you very much. The time is not our friend, but shortly, human resources is saying will only be improved when there is what we call education institution and industry collaboration. IIA is leading in that. And we can have an applause of hands to IIA because they are leading in that. There is a connection between the industry and the education institutions, including IIA. In one sentence, what is the takeaway? In one statement, what is the takeaway regarding prospects and the challenges of reaching 5 million tourist benchmark by 2025-2026?
Mine is one thing. We have to have a collaborative approach with all the elements, meaning what? Private sector inclusion, government inclusion in a 50% way.
Thank you very much. The prospects and the challenges will be only achieved and solving the challenges through PPP, private-public partnership. Thank you very much. It was a wonderful session, and hands of applause to the presenter. You are welcome, the program director, for continuation of the program.
Thank you very much for discussion from Dr. Charles and the Ebenezer Goroy toward the achieving 5 million tourists 2025. Okay, but now we have to invite another presenter through online. This guy is currently is in Rwanda, so present us through Zoom. Dr. Manyara, please come in. You may switch on your microphone.
Hello, good morning. Hope you can hear me.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, should I share my presentation from here?
Yeah, it's better do that.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I hope you can see the presentation online.
Yes, you can see it.
Yes, thank you very much, Santeni Sana. Yes, as you said, my name is Jeffrey Manyara. I work for the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Economic Commission for Africa, and our office is based in, for the sub-region office for Eastern Africa, based in Kigali, Rwanda. I'm actually talking to you from South Africa, and it's a good opportunity. I was almost missing this important conference on rethinking tourism, which I think is quite timely. And so I will be talking about changing tourism trends in Africa, and just looking at some of how the demand is changing. And I think from the previous presentation, I think a lot of this has been discussed, and I think I'll talk a little bit more about it as we look into the presentation. So basically, I'll be talking about tourism in Africa, then look at tourism within the African continental free trade area. And I thought another important area that is coming up now is looking at the area of aviation and tourism, and talk about the tourism value chains, and look at some of the prospects we have from the domestic tourism. I think you talked about this, and regional tourism, and some of the policies and protocols in Africa, and how this could inform the rethinking of tourism in Africa. So just to start, I think it's important to know that previously tourism in Africa was predominantly in the Southern African region, Eastern African region, Northern African region, but we are seeing increasingly a changing trend, and tourism has arguably been, if you look at the former English colonies, those are the colonies that sort of dominated tourism previously, but we're seeing a change that is happening now currently. As you can see from here, we took statistics looking at the growth trends across the African member states. And as you can see here, the fastest growing destination so far between 2000 and, we talk about pre-COVID, I think gives us a better picture about the tourism sector. Between 2010 and 2019, looking at the growth patterns before COVID then, Sao Tome and Principe was actually the fastest growing tourism destination. Albeit it is a small destination, but it registered very, very high growth rates at about 14.1%, followed by Togo, and we can see Lesotho there, we can see Cote d'Ivoire. In our sub-region, we have Rwanda. Now we see Ethiopia again, also that started prioritizing tourism. So basically the point being that we are seeing a trend in terms of other destinations coming up from the non-traditional destination as we knew them. But I think this is something that we should, as the East African region, be sort of concerned about. But as you can see here, in our sub-region, we have Rwanda and Ethiopia representing us. And of course, as we see Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, these have been sort of the destinations that as we knew them in Eastern Africa. But one thing we need to be cognizant of that this is going to change significantly. But why is that the case? So before I answer that question, is that, you know, when you compare tourism with other sectors across the African continent, you look at, first of all, tourism is going to be contributing about 7% of the continent's gross domestic products, valued about 186 billion. This was pre-COVID. But again, when you compare with other sectors, tourism is now larger than the manufacturing and the banking sectors combined. So it is a very important sector for the African continent. Additionally, tourism, as you know, is labor intensive. Again, that depends on the model of tourism that you're developing. So it is labor intensive, contributing about 25 million jobs across the African continent, which is about 7.4% of total employment. And actually, tourism yields more jobs than the mining and agriculture sector. And this is why I need to explain a little bit. The study was conducted by the World Bank. I think this was back in 2015, about 2015 by the World Bank. And the objective of the study was to looking at an investment of, say, $250,000. Which sector would actually be more, have more impact in terms of job creation? And the results were actually quite interesting in the sense that tourism came up top in terms of yielding more jobs than the mining and agriculture sectors combined. So it is an important sector. And that is possibly why member states, as we saw from the previous slide, are increasingly embracing tourism, because the traditional sectors of agriculture and extractives have failed to bring about meaningful development. And tourism is actually now offering an opportunity to address developmental challenges. So again, here is to look at, looking at capital investments. And as I said, we have seen member states or other regions beginning to embrace tourism. And what you can see here from this graph is that, look at the period between 2010 to 2017, in terms of total capital investments, Africa actually accounted for about $225 billion. Of that, as you can see, North Africa and Southern Africa still took a significant chunk, but increasingly we're seeing West Africa, a lot of investments going to West Africa in that sense for tourism purposes. And this is just to present, to show that. And that shows you that I think investors are beginning to look at alternative destinations when it comes to tourism investments. Again, tourism has been a driver of economic growth in the African continent. This is just to illustrate the fact that tourism has actually been growing at a much faster rate than the African average growth rate, which means that, and this is particularly possibly why the African Union has also started embracing tourism, because it is a driver of economic growth and is one of those sectors that can help us achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. I'll talk about a little bit more about that shortly. But there is a concern in that global tourism share is actually small, and what the major concern is actually declining. It means that the African continent is not developing as fast as the rest of the world. As you can see here from the green graph that we have here, is showing that, talking about the receipts, and also looking at the average GDP contribution in terms of the share. So in terms of receipts, as you can see there, our receipts have in fact, like from about 4.5%, they've declined to about 3.8% as of 2019. So this is actually a major concern in the sense that we're also not catching up with the rest of the world. Also in terms of the GDP share, this is actually declined hardly over 1%, slightly below 2% of our share of the global tourism GDP. But again, what is even more concerning is that the average spend per tourist when they come to Africa has remained quite low, almost about $650, compared to the global average of about $1,000. So this is a major concern for us. It means that our destinations are still not as developed as the rest of the world, in the sense that people do not have a lot of opportunities to spend their money on, and maybe the length of stays are shorter. I mean, there are a lot of factors to this, but this is something I think we really need to start, again, as with the theme of the conference, we really need to seriously rethink tourism in Africa. And just to illustrate some of the things, we talk about tourism and the African continental free trade area. Why is this important? Now, tourism has been identified as one of the 5 services priority sectors under the African continental free trade area, and I think this is a good opportunity for us. Now, if you look at why is it an opportunity for us? Now, 80% of tourists travel within their regions. Now, if you look at the top 10 tourism destinations in the world, that is France, Spain, US, China, and so forth and so forth. And again, I had a discussion going on about mass tourism. Now, France receives about before COVID, was receiving close to about 87 million visitors. That is more than the African continent combined, because in 2019, Africa received about 73 million visitors. So one country receiving more visitors than the African continent combined. But the important point to want to make here is that if you look at France tourist markets, 80% of the visitors you can see from this graph come from within Europe. And I think this is a story we need to tell in the context of the African continental free trade area. When it comes to Africa, as you can see, up to 2018, that is when we had close to about 48% of our arrivals coming from the African continent. We are still way below, so we should be pushing towards 60 to 70% of our arrivals coming from the African continent. And I'll talk about that in a short bit, why we need to focus on that. But there is a story to tell here when it comes to tourism in this context. Again, let's look at France. So globally, there's a correlation between tourism and trade. So look at France, and you look at its leading source markets, and you look at its leading tourist markets and trading partners. There is a pattern that comes up. So it means that your leading tourist markets are also your leading trading partners. And this is a story we need to tell when it comes to the African continental free trade area. The same story can be said of Thailand as well, that its leading tourist markets are also its leading trade partners as well. So there is a story to tell there between tourism and trade. But the question remains there for what type of relations exists between tourism and trade. And this prompted us to conduct a study looking in the African continent, looking at the relationship between tourism and trade, and we looked at a period between 2006 and 2015, and this for the period when we actually had data on trade and also data on arrivals, and we tried to model these data, and the results revealed that, as you can see here, we did an econometric study on this, looking at the relationship between tourism and trade, and the results revealed that an increase in tourism actually led to an increase in trade, not vice versa. So, so the narrative, the story of tourism really has to change the African continent, in the sense that for us to achieve the goals of the African continental free trade area, we really must talk about tourism currently. Previously, people talked about tourism and people just traveling, but now we see a reason why we need to encourage people to travel within the African continent. Which takes me again to the story of aviation and tourism in Africa. And I think, sorry? Yes. So, talk about tourism and aviation in Africa. And I think to me, this is a very sad story when it comes to the African continent. Now, why do I say this? Before I say that, first of all, we realize that 59% of tourists access their destinations by air. So it's a very important mode of transport. But when it comes to the African continent, we do know that Africa is the second largest population in the world. It is the largest, second largest continent in the world, but only 2% share of the global air transport traffic. So of all the planes that take off and land in the world, only 2% land in the African continent. So and actually, if you look at the new aircraft delivery and forecast between 2016 and 2030, and you can see here, Africa is still way below. In fact, like the rest of the world, the target is that by 2030, the new aircraft orders will shoot to close to about 47,000 aircraft. But Africa, by 2030, we're seeing the forecast is hardly 1,000 planes. Now, this is a challenge for us because we are the second largest continent, and we are not connected at all when it comes to air transport, when it comes to this aviation. And I think this is something that needs to be addressed, because there are a lot of initiatives that have happened in the African continent. And the result of this is that the cost of travel within the African continent has become very expensive. We're seeing a lot of disruptions because of capacity issues. The airline companies we have in Africa do not have sufficient aircrafts and things like that. So I think this is something that will need to be addressed given the growth of demand in terms of tourism across the African continent. And I think it's something that maybe we need to start thinking about seriously, perhaps maybe talking more about the low-cost carriers and so forth and so forth. Again, just to quickly move on to tourism value chains in Africa. Again, this is a major concern in the sense that Africa's participation in the tourism global value chain is quite low. Why is this? This is because of the fact that our domestic capacities are quite low. Again, due to the fact that regional value chains are almost non-existent. In fact, I think we've said that when it comes to trade in Africa, the level of trade, intra-Africa trade is at about just 16%. So that's the level at which we're trading with each other. And this, of course, has an impact on the tourism sector in the sense that we end up actually importing most of our inputs from outside the continent. What does this mean? It means that there's a very high leakages of tourism revenue. In fact, studies have shown that the East African community as a whole has the highest foreign based expenditure. What does this mean? It means that people spend the amount of money the tourists spend before they arrive in our destinations is quite high. So a lot of that money remains outside the continent. So it's not really, and perhaps it could be attributed to that low level of tourism spend. We've seen studies, for example, in the case of Zanzibar, only 16% of resort requirements are locally sourced, looking at countries like Botswana, Gambia, and so forth and so forth. And I think this is a major concern for us. Again, this has got to do with the nature of our tourism in the sense that we still continue to lay emphasis on the traditional Western markets, and we see these are we're not really managed to reap maximum benefits from these markets. So I think it's time to start rethinking tourism in that sense. Domestic and regional tourism prospects. Now, I did mention that a country like France receives more visitors than the African continent combined, and that the bulk of it comes from regional tourism. But in the case of Africa, I think that we really need to look at what are the opportunities that are emerging. A study that was conducted by the World Bank, this is back in 2015, just looking at the middle class and so forth within the African continent, revealed, of course, you can see here that, again, this is looking at the continent's pyramid in terms of social class. So below the poverty line, we have 60% of the population living below the poverty line. Then we have those referred to as the floating class. This is about 20% of the population, those that spend between, if we exclude the floating class and look at just the lower middle class, upper middle class, and upper class, that constitutes about 20% of the population. If you just take this 20% of the African population, I think it gives you an idea in terms of the potential tourist market that we could be targeting currently. As I mentioned, by 2019, we received 73 million visitors, of which 46% came from the continent. 46% of that's about 30 million people that travel within the African continent. It shows you that we are really not doing a good job in terms of targeting the African market, and the fact now exists that the potential does. I mean, there is a strong African tourist market that we really need to start tapping, looking at. So this is evidence to suggest that. But just to go further, to look at in terms of domestic tourism spending, looking at the top 10 countries when it comes to domestic tourism spending. Here we have South Africa, Nigeria, Egypt, Morocco, Kenya, Ivory Coast, Tunisia, Cameroon, Ghana, and Angola. And you can see the trend there. Like if you look at South Africa, for example, as of 2019, South Africans were spending close to $12 billion when it comes to domestic spending, domestic tourism spending. And looking at countries like Kenya, which is close to us here, Kenya spent upwards of $4.5 billion and so forth. And the idea really is just to show you that there is a strong potential that exists also in terms of trying to tap our domestic markets. Now the question comes in, or rather before I say that, let's look at the case of outbound tourism. Tanzania as among the top 10 countries when it comes to outbound tourism spending. And you can see that South Africa and Nigeria, they spent close to 6.5 billion, upwards of $6.5 billion as of 2019. Tanzanians here, I think, was close to 1.2 billion as of 2019. But the question remains, where are these people actually traveling to? Do we have the right products for African markets? Are we going to use the traditional products for the traditional products that have been used in traditional markets to try and appeal to the African markets? And the question we asked when we did the East African Community Tourism Marketing Strategy, how can we, what can Tanzanians sell to Kenyans, what can Kenyans sell to Tanzanians, what can Tanzanians sell to Ugandans, and so on? We do realize we have some of that product, but I think it's time to start really thinking, because taking tourism from that perspective, in the sense that perhaps our traditional products are not suited to our regional and domestic markets. I think this is something we need to take into consideration and start rethinking seriously. So, just to talk about, again, quickly, let's look at some instruments that exist in the African continent. Now, in 1991, the Treaty established the African Community, Article 65, specifically focused on the promotion of intra-African tourism. And unfortunately, as you can see, nothing much really happened since 1991. And it's only now, up until recently, that there's been a lot of talk about tourism. They need to rethink that. But as you can see, our forefathers had actually thought about the importance of intra-African tourism. And I think it's time for us to take it a step further. We also have at the regional levels, we have COMESA that has got the COMESA Treaty also focuses on tourism. SADC Protocol, of course, has an element on tourism. Of course, we have the ESC Tourism Marketing Strategy. And of course, just last week we launched the IGA Tourism, the second phase of IGA Tourism Master Plan, the 2024-2034. So IGA is also looking at tourism seriously. And the West Africa, we also have ECOWAS again looking at tourism and so forth. And most recently in 2019, the African Strategic Tourism Framework was actually endorsed by the African heads of states and government in Niamey in 2019. Niger, that is Niger. So we have a lot of instruments that are really now focusing on intra-Africa tourism, and I think it's time for us to start seeing how we can realign our instruments with what is going on in the continent. And there are, of course, there's some implication of these instruments. The Protocol on Trading Services of the African Continental Free Trade Area focuses on issues relating to tourism competitiveness. And as I said, the issues of value chain is quite important, and that's what that protocol is trying to address. Free movement protocols, of the free movement of persons and right of residence and establishment. Again, quite important. One of the challenges that has faced the African continent is that the visa regimes have been very restrictive. So we actually restrict movements within ourselves by imposing very, very stringent visa regimes that restrict movement. We also have the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, which I think is very important for tourism because as we've seen that when it comes to aviation, is very expensive, but there are alternatives. We've seen the Northern Corridor transport system, the Southern Corridor as well. We've seen Tanzania has launched its train. I think Kenya launched its train as well, which has had a very big impact on tourism. So when these networks extend across across member states, I think we'll see a change in terms of how people travel across the continent, and that would be one of the ways of boosting tourism. Of course, we have the Yamoussoukro decision and the single African air transport market. Again, the idea of the single African air transport market is to try and make travel within the African continent become domestic, so that all the tariffs that are currently prohibitive are removed, and that will lower the cost of travel and enhance connectivity and so forth. So just in conclusion, I hope I've not gone beyond the time, just to say that, of course, we're seeing that tourism now is a very important economic sector across the African continent. But there is a major concern that we really need to address, especially in the context of this conference. The global share is actually small, and the average spend has remained low. It is declining. and we need to see how best we can maximize the opportunities that the sector presents. Intra-Africa tourism is below the global norm at 46% compared to upwards of 70 to 80% across the world. And nurturing intra-Africa tourism will boost intra-Africa trade. And I think this is, a very important message for us, especially for our tourism ministers, to encourage them to change that narrative. That for us to achieve the goals of the African Continental Free Trade Area, then tourism must be promoted in Africa. But all in all, Africa has great tourism potential. Again, as I said, we need to rethink the nature of our tourism products. To what extent are they really suited for the African market? How can we develop unique products that can help us to tap into these markets and so forth? But importantly, again, is to call for the full implementation of all the instruments we have, both at the regional level, continental level, and so forth. And I think this is quite urgent right now. So I'd like to thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, I think I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Manyara. I would like to invite Dr. Charles to share some issues with you, so you still be online.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Godfrey Manyara, for the nice presentation. It was a calling presentation. Actually, it was a given presentation regarding changing tourism trends in Africa, demand dynamics and opportunities. We'll be having a session of some questions, comments, or suggestions from this presentation. And Dr. Manyara, I begin with 3 issues here in form of questions. You have been talking about changing tourism trends, and change can be negative or positive. And you are talking of Africa. How will does this change tourism trends inculcate peace or endanger peace in relation to the World Tourism Day theme? Will these changing tourism trends inculcate peace, materialize peace, or endanger peace in Africa? Dr. Manyara, can you hear me? Godfrey Manyara. As we continue, the technicians to put our system in a Okay, Dr. Manyara, are you online? Dr. Godfrey Manyara, can you hear me? Dr. Manyara? He is online, except that we cannot just hear him. Dr. Godfrey Manyara, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now we are going to have the session of some questions, some comments, suggestion on on this presentation that you have just done. And I began with one issue. You have talked about changing tourism trends in Africa. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Change can be either negative or positive. Now my question is, you are talking of changing tourism trends. Can these changing tourism trends inculcate, enhance peace, or endanger peace in Africa? And the second issue is, you have been talking about demand dynamics. But in economics, we have the two sides. We have the supply side, we have the demand side. Do you think it's satisfactory to talk about demand dynamics while leaving behind the supply dynamics as far as tourism is concerned in Africa? And the last issue in this session is all about Africa. Africa is not uniform. The countries in Africa are not in a uniform way. They are not still. Some have political stability, and some do not have political stability. That means not all of them are peaceful. Can you generalize about these changing trends in different countries with different trends as well? You can address those three issues before we go to the next round. Welcome, Dr. Manyara.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. for those questions. Yes, can tourism bring about peace? As you know, of course, tourism cannot take place in an environment that is quite unstable and so forth. And one of the things that we know about tourism, what tourism does is to bring a better understanding about people across the world, across the continents, across even countries within themselves. And of course, the point being that we need to promote tourism as an avenue through which you can bring a better understanding of humanity, and especially in the case of our continent. I can give you examples. Every time I travel to West Africa, people hardly know anything about East Africa. And I think the traveling to various parts of the continent brings about better understanding about the cultures, what people do, and they get to learn about. So yes, so tourism is in line with the current theme of the World Tourism Day, currently, this presentation, tourism and peace. And I think it's true, one of the avenues to achieve tourism in Africa is tourism. As I said, we just launched the Eager Tourism Master Plan last week. And the idea being that we need to bring a better understanding, because the Horn of Africa is known for its perception of instability. And the reason why IGAD is promoting tourism is because it's one of the avenues to bring a better understanding across that particular sub-region. So yes, indeed, it can bring about peace. So secondly, the reason I was looking about demand dynamics, and of course it's just about the title, and of course you do realize I did talk about the supply side when I was talking about the regional value chains, which are almost weak and non-existent. So yes, I do agree with you. Maybe I may need to address the return, but again, it's for purposes of the emphasis really was on the markets, and I think we can go deeper and look at the demand dynamics, especially it's the supply side dynamics when it comes to tourism sector. To what extent do we produce what tourism consume in our member states, in our sub-regions, and in the continent? And I think this could be a very important discussion to have, especially in the context of the African continental free trade area. Now, tourism is not, African member states are not uniform. That is of course true. But I think tourism is one of those steps that can help us to bring about a balance across African member states, in the sense that, again, tied down with the first question, in the sense that trying to bring a better understanding across member states across the African continent, especially to those that may be marginalized. Now, of course, we do know the issues that are coming up politically that are sort of distorting this element of trying to bring a better integration across the African continent. But I think eventually there will be stability, and and yes, and I think now that's where tourism really come into play significantly.
Thank you.
You may be surprised that a country like Somalia is busy right now promoting its tourism, and so okay, yes, I was just going to say that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Godfrey Manyara. We really appreciate for your response. Now we go to the members, the participants on the floor. Please, if you have any question, you have any comment to make, you are most welcome right now. There is the hand there. We can take the mic to our colleague, our participant who is there. Someone else to assist us, the mic on this side again.
Thank you.
I request that we go very straight to the point because the time is not our friend, actually. You are most welcome right now.
Then you're talking to the right person.
Yes.
Getting straight to the point. I'm very happy that all the experts are here, so I've got a lot of questions, and I hope they will be answered. It's so good, again, to talk theoretically about these African blocks, tourism interaction, interchange, etc. I have a practical point that I have lived myself. Can somebody here tell me why we cannot have a common tourist visa between Tanzania and Kenya? Every time I have to go to Kenya, I've got to apply for a visa, tourist. Vice versa, when I come back here. That's one question. Second question, there used to be a sea liner between Mombasa and Zanzibar. That has stopped. Now, we're all talking about these beautiful blocks, etc., etc. So what's the practicality of it? Two questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hopefully, Dr. Manyara, you have heard. Dr. Manyara?
Hello?
The first one,
briefly
the first
was
one,
on visa issues.
Yes, visa issues. Why don't we have the tourism visa, for instance, between Kenya and Tanzania and perhaps in East Africa or Africa in general? That is one. But previously we used to have the sea line between Mombasa and Zanzibar, something you cannot also generalize to Africa. So those are the two issues that are raised. Now we go to the next. You can wait, Dr. Manyara, when we have 3 or 4 people who asked, then you are able to respond. Just to note, I will give you the opportunity to reply.
No, Dr. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You know, the main challenge here is that, as you told us, that the GDP share of tourism in Africa is declining, while the overall receipt is going up. The issue again here is that you put all the 44 countries of Africa in one basket while analyzing your data. But these countries are actually not homogeneous. They are heterogeneous, so it may mislead, because the agenda about tourism is different from country to another countries. In Tanzania, for example, tourism is one of our key sectors, while other countries, they do not think if tourism is part of their growth or development. Can't you see that this may mislead the discussion, and maybe the recommendation and the issues about these countries overall?
Thank you very much, Professor. That was Professor Manamba who asked about the insistence of homogeneity while there is heterogeneity in Africa. Someone else to comment, to ask? Now, Dr. Manyara, the opportunity is yours. You can respond to what has been asked or commented. You are most welcome. Dr. Manyara.
Yes, thank you very much. The issue of visas across Africa, I think, is a major concern. And I think a study done by UNCTAD back in 2017 showed that 50% of Africans required visa before travel within the African continent. But I think there's been, because of some outcry, there's been a reversal in this. And we're seeing that a lot of countries are now relaxing their visa regimes. But having said that, the question that was, basic question was between, is it Kenya and Tanzania where there's no single tourist visa? But just to say that the EAC, there's a common tourism visa between Uganda, Rwanda, and Kenya. But again, I think these are discussions that are ongoing, and I think perhaps maybe at that level, maybe they'll not be in a position to answer. But I think member states, of course, are at liberty to address the visa regime according to their priorities and so forth. But I think it's really opening up. Now, the question about Zanzibar and Mombasa, the cruise line, I think this is an important question also, because we're actually doing a project in the Ballina Islands of cruise tourism, looking at the impacts of cruise tourism. But again, one of the reasons that these could have been suspended was the issues of perceptions of insecurity. And I think these have since been addressed, and I think maybe it's an opportunity to start looking at it. And of course, this is an opportunity in the sense that you really need to diversify the offerings, the tourism offerings for people, for our tourists and so forth. And I think, to me, I'd really call for that to be revisited, and we need to have this happening because the market for it has already developed. As I said, again, the issue with the question from the professor, again, the declining share of tourism, again, is a major concern. Now, I'm not saying that tourism is not growing, but I'm just saying that our share is declining in the sense that we're not growing as fast as the rest of the world is growing. And that could be attributed to a number of things, that we're not developing our destinations as much as we should, and that we're not competitive enough, all these sort of factors. And I think a conference like this is what it's trying to address. Countries are not homogeneous. Yes, that is true. But just to know, this is just really a general presentation I was making about talking about tourism in Africa. If I went into the details about the regional dynamics and so forth, of course, then it'll be, it can actually take us a whole week to have those discussions. Having said that, sorry? Yeah, but having said that, we've already, in the context of EAC, with the East African Community marketing strategy has looked at the dynamics within the EAC. The IGAD tourism master plans look at the dynamics within the IGAD region. So there are all these other reports that are out there that can give you a picture in terms of the heterogeneity of member states across the sub-regions. So that is why I was just giving a general presentation about Africa in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manyara. Before we cut off this session, Africa, you have been talking about the growth of tourism in Africa. You have been talking about the investment capital being growing in Tanzania, in Africa. But remember, we have the leftover of COVID-19. And again, we have the color of Ukraine and Russia war. Why do you think tourism is growing while we have the two issues, the leftover of COVID-19 and the war between Ukraine and Russia, which can also affect the tourism growth in Africa?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. First of all, we did conduct an analysis about the impact, the potential impact of the Ukraine-Russia war on the African continent, looked at various member states. One of the countries we looked at was, of course, Tanzania. We realized that the impact of that war was going to be minimal on tourism in Tanzania. Then secondly, the issue of COVID-19. One of the things that, again, this is why we really insist on talking about domestic and regional tourism, because those markets recover much faster compared to the international markets, which tend to be very sensitive. During COVID-19, the lesson that came out strongly was that the need to look at our domestic and regional markets. And now, at that particular point, we're conducting a project in Zanzibar, and I do recall that there was a strong emergence of the regional markets into Zanzibar and so forth. So again, one of the reasons why tourism has remained resilient is because of the growth of the domestic and the regional markets in the African continent.
Thank you very much, Dr. Godfrey Manyara, for your response. We profoundly appreciate. Now, in finalizing our session, in one statement, what is the takeaway? What is the takeaway in relation between tourism and peace and your presentation topic?
Is that for me?
Yes, Dr. Godfrey Manyara. What is, in one statement,
yes,
how do you conclude the relationship between your presentation and tourism and peace?
Yes, there is a need to seriously rethink tourism in Africa, in the sense that we need to start looking at, strongly looking at domestic and regional markets. Tourism is, given that tourism is a vehicle through which you can achieve the goals of the African continental free trade area, and also an avenue through which you can achieve peace in the African continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Godfrey Manyara. In Tanzania, we have a region known as Manyara. We welcome you to visit as a tourist. Greetings to
Yes,
Kigali.
I've been there.
Kigali, Rwanda.
I always say it is my grandfather was discovered Lake Manyara, so you can attribute it to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Tanzania.
Yes.
Greetings to
Asante,
Kigali.
asante.
Greetings to UN Economic Commission for Africa. Hands of
Thank you
applause
very
to
much.
Dr. Manyara. Hands, more hands to him, please. Thank you very much. Program Director, the podium is yours.
Yes. And thank you very much. Please allow me to leave, and I wish you all the best and fruitful deliberation of your conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for good presentation. For those who are online and those who are in a physical. Okay, we were leveraging on the use of technology, and the same things works perfect. I would like to thank TTCL for providing the internet. The internet seems to be perfect. And also you can log on a Wi-Fi of TTCL, which is the keyword is WTD 2024. TTCL WTD 2024. Okay. Recognize other sponsors. We have the Grand Melia for providing us with this venue, the facilities, and the other things which we're going to enjoy. Also, we have the Stanbic, the party of sponsors. I'd like to recognize them. Then also we have the Hans Paul, the maker of vehicles. And in terms of printing and the good-looking images, having good badges, we have the MediaWorks, did the work. Also, we have the RICA, which also participate in making vehicles. Also, we have the Red and White. The Red and White, they're here to provide us with some refreshment or the cocktail at the evening. So at the evening, we'll have cocktail. Yeah. So after finishing this, in the evening, we'll have the cocktail. So I'll invite you all to participate in that, the same as to be on the exhibitions. We have TANAPA, the part of our sponsors. Also, we have NSSAA, the Ngorongoro Authority, and another sponsor is the Rethinking. Rethinking also is part of the sponsor, as you see in their symbol. They have very big elephant. We've been working with Rethinking, I think now is the second year, to make these things happen. Not only that, we have also some special guests. I have to recognize them. We have guests from the Apex, which lead this tourism sector. Dr. Marcel Leiser from UNWTO. Raise up your hand. So we have from the main body which govern and try to coordinate tourism in the world. And also have very important consultant, Michael Ruggiero. Okay, yeah, he's there. So if you have some key issues, some questions, you can see that, you can see him, and then he's very good expert, invested much in tourism. Okay, also we have National College of Tourism, campus manager, Dr. Masinde. I think he's in the exhibition sites. Okay, and also in online, I think you found we finished discussion with Dr. Manyara. Okay, so those are the key members, key guests which they try to give very good test of our event. Okay, so also I'd like to invite all of you who are here to go another side. We have exhibition another side to get some input from the experts who are doing things in the field to understand much more. Because here we are doing research and the arising qualitative issue, but when you go there, you'll find some field issues. So you are here, and then try to visit the practitioner to see what's really going on. For now, I would like to invite you for the work through tea, a small cup of coffee, just to refresh and walking around, to go to see what's going on in the other side. So you may go outside, and then you'll find the hot water and some few cookies, okay, to refresh, and then we'll be back after only 10 minutes. I think we'll be back, or you may take a coffee and then come back. So we'll come and finish 2 presentations which remain. Thank you very much.
ya siku ya utalii duniani. Na leo tarehe 26 ambapo chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kwa kushirikiana na Rethinking wameandaa kongamano hili kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani. Media tuko hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunakupa kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea katika kongamano hili. Na kwa sasa ni break kidogo, baada ya hapo wadau mbalimbali wa utalii na watu wengine ambao wameshiriki katika kongamano hili watakuja kuendelea na mada ambazo bado zinaendelea katika hoteli hii ya Grand Melia. Na nimekutana na Dr. Mato hapa, mkurugenzi wa utafiti kutoka chuo cha uhasibu Arusha. Karibu Dr. na tutaweza kuzungumza machache sana kuhusiana na kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea kwa siku nzima ya leo. Dr. habari za saizi?
Salama kabisa.
Uko vizuri?
Tunamshukuru Mungu vizuri.
Naona umependeza, suti safi kabisa.
Asante sana.
Kwanza tuwapongeze chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kwa kuandaa kongamano hili kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani, na tunafahamu kwamba ni kitu ambacho kimekuwa ni desturi ya chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kuendelea kuandaa makongamano kama haya. Nini hasa huwa mnakiona kujuza? Niko na Dr. Mato kutoka chuo cha uhasibu Arusha ya masuala mazima ya utafiti. Dr. utueleze sasa, chuo cha uhasibu Arusha mmekuwa na desturi ya kuandaa makongamano kama haya. Nini hasa ambacho mmekiona katika swala zima la utalii kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani?
Kwanza kabisa niseme kwamba utalii ni moja ya maeneo muhimu ya utafiti katika chuo chetu. Kwa hivyo katika kongamano hili kwa mara ya pili tunashirikiana na Rethink kuadhimisha, ambacho tunakiona kwamba watu wengi pia wana nia lakini pia wanataka kujifunza zaidi kuhusu utalii, kwa sababu utalii ni maisha ya watu. Utalii pia unagusa hali za mtu mmoja mmoja, na mwaka huu pia si ndio utalii unakaziwa na thimu ya amani. Kwa hiyo bila shaka tunaona watu wengi wamefika kwenye kongamano hili na wanashiriki pia, wanataka kujifunza, na kuna mada nyingi pia zinawasilishwa hapa ambazo zinasaidia pia kudadavua maeneo mbalimbali, changamoto pia na hali halisi ya utalii.
Anafahamu pia chuo cha uhasibu Arusha mna kozi ambayo inahusiana na utalii, Bachelor Degree in Tourism and Hospitality Management. Kutokana na kitu ambacho kinaendelea hapa, inawezekana pia kuna namna moja au nyingine, kuna njia ambazo mnazipata kuendelea kuandaa wanafunzi wenu ili kuhakikisha kwamba wanakuwa ni wadau wazuri wa watalii na wanaendelea kuleta mapinduzi makubwa katika sekta ya utalii kwa nchi yetu ya Tanzania. Na tunafahamu pia Arusha ni mojawapo wa mkoa ambao utalii ndo kila kitu ambacho kinazungumzwa hapa.
Bila shaka ni kweli, tuna degree program moja hapa ambayo tunafanya ya upande wa utalii, na sisi pia tunaandaa wanafunzi katika njia nzuri kwa sababu wanajifunza pia kwa vitendo. Lakini pia kuna kampuni mbalimbali za kitalii ambazo zinaonyesha pia huduma zao na bidhaa zao. Kwa hivyo wanafika hapa kujifunza pia, kujionea hali halisi, labda kama wana changamoto mbalimbali pia kama kuna maswali. Na kwa kweli kama nchi yetu hii ina vivutio vingi sana vya utalii, iwe ni utalii wa asili, iwe ni milima, bahari, maji. Kwa hiyo pia wadau wote wako hapa pia. Kwa hiyo na si watu wengine wafike hapa waje kujifunza zaidi na kuona jinsi ambavyo wanaweza kutumia fursa hizi katika kuelimisha jamii au kufaidika pia na jinsi ambavyo nchi pia inakwenda. Tumbuke pia tuna mkakati ule wa milioni 5, si ndio, kufikia 2025. Kwa hiyo pia angalau hata utalii wa ndani pia kuna mada ambazo zinakaziwa kuhusu utalii wa ndani.
Mimi kushukuru sana Dr. Tuende mapumziko, turudi kuendelea na kongamano kwa siku nzima leo.
Asante sana, asante.
Ni Dr. Mato huyo, mkurugenzi wa masuala mazima ya utafiti kutoka chuo cha uhasibu Arusha. Ameweza kuzungumza mambo mengi kweli kuhusiana na kongamano hili ya utalii duniani. Kauli mbiu inazungumza tourism and peace, yani utalii na amani. Bado tuko ndani ya ukumbi ndani ya hoteli ya Grand Melia hapa jijini Arusha. Kila kitu kinaweza kwenda vizuri kabisa. Na nimekuambia Media tuendelee kukupatia update zote za kila kitu ambacho kinaweza kuendelea. Tunaenda break kidogo, tukirejea tutaendelea kukujuza nini ambacho kinaweza kuendelea. Mimi naitwa Mbeni Kifum, nyuma ya kamera yuko One Nature.
or as we know as it is, a lot of people are trying to make their life easy. They are trying to make things, they are trying to automate things, the things that you can do in in an hour into 10 minutes. So let's say how Amazon is working. Amazon, right? Something simple as, let's say, a microphone or headsets from Amazon. Just imagine if you had to write a letter. I'd like to buy a headset from you guys. How much are you guys selling? Then they have to reply. You have to get it. Then you have to send them. Oh, that would have taken ages. But right now, the technology. So just imagine you are running an air business. You are in the tourism industry and you do not adapt to the technology. To know more in that safari package that you are selling, what accommodations am I using? So just imagine, in order for a client, I'll pretend I'm the client, to get all that information, I'll ask, you will respond it in 3 to 4 days. Will I be interested anymore? I'll lose interest very fast because I'm not getting what I require in a given time. Why? You refuse to adapt to technology. You still want to write things down. You still want to send things the old traditional way. That will kill your business. Not adapting to technology is a risk that will take you down, not only you and your business that you have been building for a long time. So let's talk about the benefits of embracing technology. Once you embrace technology, there's multiple benefits. We can go on and on and on for days explaining the benefits of technology. But I have highlighted only 3 of them. First of all, it's customer satisfaction. The customer that you are selling your product, either you are a supplier, let's say accommodation, you are an experience provider, you are a safari company that you are providing a package. You will increase the customer satisfaction. One, by using the technology, you'll be able to build up beautiful itineraries, have beautiful pictures, display them in a matter of seconds, answer the client's questions fast. Just imagine a client is sending out a request. You get the request. You build the itinerary by using softwares. There are multiple softwares that can build itineraries very fast. You can have your itineraries auto-generated by just inputting in the key frameworks from what you have. I want a 3 days safari, 3 days safari, 2 nights. You know, okay, I'll take my client to Tarangire, I'll take my client to Ngorongoro, I'll take my client back to Arusha. What if you have a system that after inserting that will suggest more, add more value to that package of yours? Okay, in Arusha, there are multiple suppliers, multiple hotels you can stay. There are hotels where you can stay and they have activities, golfing, they have activities such as swimming pools, tennis, spas. So all that information that you'll be able to regenerate using a specific software, all that information that you'll be able to provide it to your clients. At the end of the day, the client will be satisfied and will leave a very good review for you guys. And that's what we're aiming. If a customer is satisfied, eventually he or she will come back. Am I right? Will he come back alone? No. He'll tell a friend. A friend will tell a friend. Will your business grow or not? It will. A happy client, a satisfied client, is a very good marketing word for you. A satisfied client is a very good marketing for your property, for your business, for your product. Because at the end of the day, he or she will spread out the good word. You can only get that if you adapt to the technology that is going on. You will only get that if you adapt to where the world. Oh, this property is good. The first thing, you'll go to TripAdvisor, if I'm not mistaken, right? You'll go and see, okay, how many stars do they have? Okay, what are the latest reviews? What do people talk about them? So by doing that, a client can make a decision either to choose you as the company that he would like to travel with, to choose your business, to choose your property as a property that he or she wants to sleep. Because he or she will be comfortable knowing, okay, this place has a lot of reviews and they're all good. That means I'll get the same treatment as the rest. What happens if I have a bad review? Like I went to the property, I sat there for 5 hours just waiting to be checked in. That's a bad review. Why? The property is still using the old methods. You have to write your name, you have to sign some few documents, you have to state if you have any allergies. That takes time. The customer wants to be satisfied. But if you're using the technology to your advantage, the client comes to the property, the checking process is very fast, you'll be satisfied. Another benefit of using technology is efficiency and productivity. Once you start using technology, or once you adapt to technology, your productivity will increase. The same work that you are doing for 5 hours, you'll be doing it in 30 minutes. The itinerary for safari companies, you guys understand the hassle. The itinerary that you are building for 3 hours, right now we have softwares that you can build the same itinerary in 10 minutes. That means from 4 hours to 10 minutes, you'll get more time to listen, to deal with other clients that are coming in, other inquiries that you guys get. At the end of the day, instead of dealing with 5 customers a day, you increase your productivity to 20 to 15, 15 to 20, and more. The same number of workers you have, they will increase your productivity 2 to 3 times with technology rather than what you're doing right now. Efficiency. You will omit some human errors while doing costings, while preparing some itineraries, selecting accommodations, choosing the keywords to use while you're dealing with a client, using softwares, using the technology. It will remove that human error, not by 100%, but it will remove it by 99%. There won't be any amount errors. Instead of adding a pack fees of 100 and 250, 22, we added 2,200. A client once sees that, you won't come back because this guy is a fraud. They won't understand there's an error, right? That will be removed. So you'll have efficiency and productivity, scalability and automation. Once you start automating everything in your company, technology will help you automate them, and you'll start having a very beautiful and nice flow of your daily activities, operations. You want reports. You want to know how many people have slept in, how many number of bed nights do I have per year? Do I meet the required bed nights for my hotel to be available in Serengeti? How many cells am I getting from different agents? Just imagine the hassle of sitting down and collecting those from papers. Now you have a system that will provide you reports. Will show you in a matter of seconds, okay, this is the number of bed nights. Why am I losing people? This is your profit and loss report. So the way if you embrace technology, technology will help you evolve and will help you increase your profitability, will help you increase your number of clients that are visiting you. You'll make it easy for everyone. You'll have agents in and out of the country, that they don't have to call you or send you emails in order to see if you have availability, if you have a property. Why? Because they can check the availability in online. So that's the benefit of embracing technology. So the only thing that people or stakeholders that are afraid are the barriers. What are the main barriers? Those are the main barriers. Costing, training, and fear of change. People are afraid of the costs that they will have to incur in order to embrace technology. Don't look at it as costs. You are evolving. You have to have better equipment, find better personnel in order that they can run the softwares, better people that they can run your operations, better instruments. You have to use laptops. Don't use typewriters anymore. I don't think that anyone is using a typewriter in his office, but let's use computers now. That's it. You have evolved. We're evolving, right? There are systems that can help you evolve. Do not be afraid of the cost. Don't have the fear of change. It's working right now. Why should I change? In 2 to 3 years, you'll be left behind. In 2 to 3 years, you'll be out of the market, just because of fear of changes. I have personnel that they are working fluently right now. Why should I train them again? The more you increase the knowledge, the more you increase the profitability of your company, the more you will increase efficiency, the more you increase customer satisfaction. The vision of the future. What's the vision of the future? Obviously, we won't have lions doing their own itineraries. That's obviously. They'll be in the wild. But there is where we're going. We are going to the extent where every packages will be booked online. People will book their safaris online. So just imagine, while people are selling their packages online, you're busy here not adapting to the technology, trying to do things manually. At the end of the day, you'll be left behind. You're a property owner. You don't want to show your availability online. You just want people to call you. People will stop booking with you. Eventually, you'll see the number of bookings coming in reducing. Why? It will take you an hour a day for an email to come back to you with, okay, there is availability. What if a person can check availability online? Check availability and be able to book it online. Will I come back to you while I'm waiting for your email? No, I'll book the other property. So the future we are going to is everything will be done online. The only way is for us to adapt, get softwares that will help you out, use technology to take care of things. The government is using technology now, is adapting to the technology. Why are you not? We have park fees. Now we are paying through portals. NCIA portals, Tianapa portals. People pay park fees there and permits. The government is going there. The government is integrating with different softwares so that you can do all that in a single place. So we have as stakeholders, we also have to evolve and adapt with the technology. So we come back to the question that I asked earlier. Will your business be killed off by technology? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Excuse me, can we have a mic on that for him, please?
Hello. Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Gino Lango, Michael Ruggiero. I'm from the United States, and big talk in the United States. Can you all hear me?
Can you please change the mic for him, please? We can't hear him well. We can't hear him well. Well, I'm kidding.
Okay, better? Is that better?
Yes, that's
okay, good. Again, my name is Michael Ruggiero.
Okay.
I'm from Indianapolis, Indiana. I was born in Philadelphia. The big talk in the United States right now, and you almost cannot get away from it, is artificial intelligence. I love your speech. I think technology is very important.
Yes.
What is your opinion on artificial intelligence as it relates to tourism?
My opinion on artificial intelligence is we use it the right way. Artificial intelligence mainly was created for it to help us with our daily activities, right? It has been created mostly for it to help us to do our operations. So if we use the artificial intelligence if we use the artificial intelligence in a way that it will help us be more productive, it will help us be more productive. For example, I'll give you a scenario. There are softwares that they have been created and integrated with ChatGPT. I think we're all familiar with ChatGPT, and most of us maybe have used it in one way or another. These softwares, they have integrated with ChatGPT in order to help in creating content, authentic content about your package in multiple languages. For example, let's say I have a package, a 3 days, 2 night safari. It's a package. I get a client who's coming in from France, and I don't know France for sure. That I think everyone knows. I don't know France, But imagine the hassle I will get trying to find someone who can translate my package using better words in French in order to present it to my client. But with artificial intelligence, we have, as again I said, softwares that are integrated with ChatGPT. You can just ask the software, can you please translate this? As you can see, I've used AI in a better way. It will help me translate that document, and I'll be able to submit it to my client, which will make it easy. So by integrating with AI, it will also help us in becoming more productive, more efficient. Anything that will be used in a negative aspect, in a negative way, it will bring a negative impact. We all know that, right? But if we use AI properly, It will help us generate authentic content, which at the end of the day, it will help us even rank in Google's, rank in different search engines, SEO, search engine optimization. One of the key points for you to rank in Google, you have to have authenticity. Not many of us can create, are poets. We can't create beautiful words. Surely God knows I can't create beautiful words. But through AI, we'll get authentic content. It will help us out in running our day-to-day activities, in running our daily operations, in order to enhance customer satisfaction, improve efficiency and productivity. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much for the nice presentation. We enjoyed the use of technology here. We are talking of the use of technology in tourism, particularly in travel, tourism, and you are speaking in the nature of business. That technology is tourism, and therefore it is also business. If we don't, we lag behind. Or we lag behind. Now, this year we are talking of peace, which is of more social. Peace is social-oriented. How do you connect technology, tourism, and the peace?
Thank you very much. So, our main, as you said, our main theme was tourism and peace. With technology, with the way the technology is growing, first of all, it is very easy to raise awareness with technology on social medias. We have social medias. It is very easy to raise awareness on how people are either destroying the environment, which will cause our tourism to disappear, how people are causing harm, which will cause our peace to disappear. So with technology, the way the technology is rising, it will help us to come with different ways, different methods to enhance peace, to support, create awareness to different people, to reach out globally to a lot of people, showing them effects and showing them the good ways through social medias, through websites, through organization, through presentation. Even the presentation we're doing right now, this is technology. We're using technology to raise awareness and how the tourism is and how we can maintain our peace.
Sustainable Development Goal 10, 5, and even so to 4 and 5 is talking about what we call diversity and inclusivity. In Tanzania, tourism is not only based to those people in urban areas. It even goes to remote area, and some of the society who are conducting cultural tourism or what else are not included because sometimes technology is not inclusive or it doesn't cut across diversity. What is your take when it comes to technology in terms of inclusivity and diversity with the level of technology we have in Tanzania?
First of all, I would like to say that the diversity across the cultures that we have, we are trying to cause awareness to people who are even in urban areas that they do the cultural tours, the ones that are not even do not even have websites or anything. So first of all, as we had a talk just some to refer. We had a talk with Tato back then, where we had a mission where we like to visit and make sure that we were able to at least be able to talk to the people who are in different cultural areas that they do those cultural tours, and try to motivate them, try to educate them more on how they can use technology in order for them to be visible to the more visible to the world. So we want our the take here is that we won't just let it be with the areas that are in urban, but also we will go to the rural areas where we'll be able to meet different cultures.
Before we go to the audience, you have been talking about adoption. Adoption, and we have the word adapt, whereby you are able to adopt and make some changes, but adoption means take it total as it is. Now, some technology are applicable to a particular country because of the level of technology. Now we are talking of the country, the context of Tanzania. Do you think we need to adapt the technology and contextualize, or we adopt the technology total as it is?
Adapting, I would like to answer it as we need to adapt it and contextualize. Yes, we cannot adapt, we do not adapt it totally, because as we know, as I said, any development comes with the negative and positive impacts. We can't just adapt and take everything in whole. We just have to adapt and contextualize in order just to know what are we using, what to use, what do we need in order for us to strive more, strive in tourism, strive in those cultural experiences that people are doing in order to get more and more from it.
Thank you very much for the scholarly and policy-oriented response. Now we go back to the floor. My dear participants, it's your high time. Welcome for some comments, suggestions, comments. We begin with Dr. Malushwa. Has been raising always the hand. You are most welcome. Please be straightforward with the consideration of the time that we have in our pocket.
Thank you Mdoe for
Mtazamaji wa ITV, bado tuko katika kongamano hili ambalo limeendelea na chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kwa kushirikiana na Rethinking hapa katika ukumbi wa hoteli ya Green Melia, na kinachoendelea kwa sasa katika kongamano hili kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani siku ya kesho tarehe 27 ni maswali kwa wale wadau ambao wameweza kushiriki leo katika kongamano hili. Watu wanaendelea kuzungumza hapa na naona baadhi ya watu wakiwa wanachangia mada tofauti kuhusiana na kile kitu ambacho kinaendelea hapa. IA Media tunaendelea kukupatia kila kinachoendelea katika kongamano hili, na tutakuwa na wewe mpaka siku ya kesho ambapo ni tarehe 27 mwezi wa 9 2024 kitakapokuwa ndo kilele cha siku ya utalii duniani. Nikukumbusha tu kwamba kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu wa 2024 ya siku ya utalii duniani ni tourism and peace, yani utalii na amani. Kama tunafahamu kwamba nchi yetu ya Tanzania amani ni kitu cha msingi, basi ndo kauli mbiu hiyo ambayo inatumika kwa mwaka huu 2024. Bado tuko na wewe na kila kitu kinachoendelea hapa tutaendelea kukuletea live kabisa kutokea hapa katika hoteli ya Green Melia hapa jijini Arusha.
My question is the use of technology in tourism can sometimes lead to job displacement, like what you said about artificial intelligence can lead to some jobs such as customer cares to be displaced by this artificial intelligence. What is your take? What is your advice on that?
Come here to Dr. Teresia.
Thank you for your good presentation, and thank you, the moderator. I just wanted to note that you cannot move now without technology, especially in tourism. All the bookings we do through the computers and everything. Now, my question is, how is the tourism sector work with the education sector to make sure the generation we are building today also is conversant with technology? Because you cannot just say people should adopt while people even how to read and write is a problem. Now how comes to use a computer? But another thing, the second one is affordability. You all know how to connect to the internet is too expensive. Vodacom provider, I see now TTCL, but when we use TTCL, it doesn't work. I wonder why it works here, while it doesn't work when we are in the streets. Yeah, so please, can you also insist, I don't know if TTCL is here, but it is really very costly to connect and work in the internet. Thank you.
It's all about affordability and cost. At the back there, there is competence in technology. People are not competent or competent, plus affordability and cost.
Okay, thank you for your communication. Since we are talking about technology and software technology associated to tourism, again, practical question, down to the ground. Is there any software development that will help me, and others maybe, set up a tour for tourists according to their needs, according to their nights, the type of houses, type of lodging, type of accommodation, full board, bed and breakfast only, blah, 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 blah. Because I was confronted with this problem, I give an offer for a specific circuit, itinerary, and then the customer comes back to me and he says, no, 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 I don't want lunches, for example. I have to go all over again. And because of my little limited mind, I have to go to words, yeah, and write again, and erase, delete, blah, blah, blah. I know there is a software, very easy for everybody, for all the tour operators. If the tourist says, I want to do 2 days here, 1 day here, and just give some details, you go to that development program, software, which I've seen, and you just press some click, 2, 3 clicks, and you got it. Can we find this here without going into too much complications? Thank you.
Need-oriented develop the software. It's an issue there. Now, our presenter is going to respond the first round questions, then we shall come to the next round. So hold on with your comment, question, or suggestion, then the presenter will come to the next round for picking up all those.
So first of all, thank you for your questions. Your questions were really, really beautiful, and they were hitting the right points. So let's start with Doctor there about the cyber attacks. We are aware that, as I said earlier, technology, if you use it well, it will give you positive impacts. If you use it negatively, it will have a negative impact. There are people who are using the technology in a negative way, the hackers. People like to contain your information, to take your information, have access to each and everything that you have. That's why, as we know, there are institutes, like our beloved institute, they have programs where they teach, they explain, they create awareness on the best way to use technologies. What are the red flags that you don't have to go? Nowadays, people use different advertising tricks just to be able to sabotage you. For example, you have an advertise popping up, win iPhone 16, and you have not even entered in any competitions. So those are tricks that people use, or hacker uses, in order to infiltrate your company or your details or your data. So we have institutes that are creating awareness. We have the police department is also creating awareness. Every now and then people will receive SMSs telling you don't fall for this kind of traps. The government is talking about it every day. We have a cyber attack department in the police force now that are dealing with these cyber attacks that people are reporting, and they're dealing with them. So within technology, there are awareness that people are created to be educated. I know it's a long run, but eventually at the end of the day, these cyber attacks are reducing year after year. At the end of the day, we'll have extent where that this will no longer be an issue with us. So for right now, yes, people are being hacked, but people are trying to cause awareness in order for this to either reduce or abolish it at all. That was for the cyber. For the job displacement, technology does not replace jobs. It makes jobs easier. The number of staff that you have right now, enhance them with technology and they will increase their productivity. Customer satisfaction, customer care. Let the technology help your staff to reach out to the client, to be more clearer to the client. As we know, we are coming from different places. People have different ways of understanding things. But if you enhance your customers, your staffs with technology, they will be able to do their work more efficiently. They will be able to hit those key points where the customer was or has imagined that this is what I will get. So as AI is coming in, it will help us do a lot of things. But this does not mean that the people are not required. It means you have to use the technology with the people that you have to get more, to increase more, to do more marketing, to do more itineraries, to do more quotations by the use of technology in order to enhance your productivity. So it does not mean barely like once you adapt to technology, people will lose their jobs. It's how you use technology with the same people you have to create more opportunities. So use that to create more opportunities, and I'm pretty sure you'll have the best time with technology, more productivity, and more profitability. So coming on to the third, I'm using technology also here to have I'm just demonstrating. So tourism, to continue on, we had a question about tourism sector and education sector. As we know, a lot of people do not know how to use, do not know how to. This is where training comes in. We have institute. I was a graduate, a 2020 graduate of IAA under Professor Sodeika. I was one of their graduates also. And I'm here today. Bear in mind that when I was there, I did not even know how to open Microsoft Words. Now I'm pitching about softwares. See? That's the difference. Eh? So we have institutes. We have a lot of institutes that are training our local people, are educating. Trust me, madam, there is no way you can do anything if you do not have an education about it. You cannot farm if you don't know what the right seed to use. So, yes. So when we say about the lower level, that means you're talking to especially either two operators that are starting from the beginning. Those have to undergo different trainings, have sessions like this. We have conferences like this, tourism conferences like what we have rethinking what they have done this year, or the other year also. With conferences like this, we'll cause awareness. Will teach people, will show people, will cause awareness that they need to learn more while they're still young. When by the time they evolve, they'll have a proper or enough education to get them rolling. So I suggest people do come to conferences like this, learn more, like to read more, get more education from institutes that are all over in Arusha, all over the country. The last, affordability. Affordability, it depends on the suppliers that you are following up. There is affordability in technology. I'm not saying that it's not costly. It is costly, but it's not that high. Depends on the suppliers. There are people who are providing internet providers which are very good at a very low cost. So also in ISP providers, we have them in different levels, from the lower ones to the main ones. You might ask for a quotation for 100 megabyte per second. It will be different for a person who's taking a 10 MB per second. That's why I say there are a lot of ISP providers. They provide them with very, very cheap prices. Airtel, TTCL out there, they have issues. I might say it's still technology. We have some issues in connectivities, but trust me, you can get the best out of these guys. So the last one, yes, on the back, they ask if we can get a software developers that can help you. They have different developers. We have softwares that are really easy and really affordable, and they can help you with your day-to-day activities. So to answer your question, yes, we'll be available, but there are softwares that you guys can use to do your day-to-day activities at a very affordable rate.
Thank you for wonderful responses for the first round. Now we go for the second round. We begin with, I can see, raise up your hand so that I can see you. Want to note the number of, we only have one person, Dr. Pima. We have to, I think, yes, yeah, we have to.
Yeah, thank you so much, our moderator, for this session. And I want to contribute to the presentation, which has just been presented on the use of technology in tourism. Of course, as we stand today, you cannot run away from the technology because everything is now changing. So from what you have just presented, I wanted to add some things because here we have people who are dealing with tourism, we have the companies, we have some of the people who are dealing with tourism here. For the research from what is going on around the world, there is the so-called PPP. We have to partner, we have to see how we can partner. For instance, in Arusha or in Tanzania, we may see the possibility of using institutions like IAA, for instance, or like what we have said, the Computer Society, as what he has just said, with the companies which are dealing with tourism, to see how different projects can be done together to get solutions, the online solutions, because one of the things which is promoting or boosting the tourism in the world is the digitalization of this sector. If you don't go into that, it means you are just choosing to perish. You cannot move anywhere because everything is now done online. Like the digital marketing strategies, you need to go into that. So you cannot go if you have no good solution, good software to do that. We have the e-tourism initiatives. If you want to do them, then you have to have the solution which is technology oriented. But we talked about shortage or the lack of well-trained people in the sector, the HR issues. So if you want to bridge that gap as well, you need also to consider technology. There are people who are now collaborating, even to train their staff online. They just train them, they just make some modules to teach them while they continue working in their companies. So there is a need to create an environment where the sector, the people who are in the industry, together with the institutions like IAA or other institutions, to collaborate and come up with solutions that will cater for the need, just the need we have maybe in Arusha, for instance. And this will help to get access or to get more tourists coming from different areas or from different parts of the world. So I wanted to add that. And another thing that is very important when it comes to technology in tourism is that we have the infrastructure. Yes, there are problems in the infrastructure, like what we are saying about TTCL and other providers, but if you compare, we are in a better position than we used to be. So it means the efforts that are undergoing, together with what the companies would maybe like to do, we can reach somewhere, even to bridge the gap that is currently existing. For instance, we have a number of users, for instance, people who are owning mobile phones, or people who are using smart devices like this one here, or any other devices which can enable any person or a tourist or anyone to connect to the internet and send or get information from the e-sources. So we are moving forward. We are not going backwards. So we need to look at it positively, that yes, we are moving from one point or one step to the other, to the better one. So we have the reason to think of using the technology or investing in technology when it comes to industry, to our tourism industry. So we should not lag behind by saying our infrastructure or whatever is supported, or is available, cannot meet the need. We can meet the need because we are moving forward. In many places now, the fiber is almost connected.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So. Thank you, moderator, for that is what I wanted to add. Yes.
Interaction time we can share a lot from Dr. Bim. I know his background is in that area. So maybe we take another presenter. Thank you very much. We appreciate for that comment. Maybe we go to the next. Yes, you are most welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I was asking what opportunities exist for using how can the implementation of digital payment systems improve convenience and security for tourists visiting Tanzania?
Thank you very much. A very straight
question. Thank you.
Question. We appreciate. Now we come back to our presenter to respond what has just been raised. We have 2 or 3 people who have spoken to.
First of all, I would like to say thank you again for the additional points, and I hope we all heard and we heard what he said. It's very important, and we can connect with him more on the networking session after this. So once we come back to the digital payments, as you know, the whole world right now is going on e-wallets. Digital payment, there are a lot of digital payments. We have multiple companies that have digital payments. And there are software that are connected to those digital payments. This payments company, they are using different security features, different security standards that are worldwide, demonstrated by the EEE, for them to use in order to, first of all, have confidentiality for the information that are entered, especially the cards information, the banking informations. So there are softwares that are integrated with these digital payment platforms. We have multiple. We have Ivory, we have DPO, we have Azam Pay, and more, especially the ones that are really upcoming. So for the software companies that we have, they are connected with them, and the security is universal, is under the universal standards, especially it's called Secure 3. Yeah, I can't go into details more, but we have security protocols that they are followed. But I would like to talk to you more so that I can share my experience with you more once we are done with this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Now we are winding up our session. Now in one statement. You have presented, we have discussed. What is the takeaway from your presentation as far as technology and tourism are concerned? What is something that somebody will not forget? What is the takeaway?
Adapt or perish.
Adapt or perish. Thank you very much, and it was lovely to have you. Hands of applause to our presenter.
Thank you very much, Ndoe, for good presentations. Yes, we have seen the technology and the tourism. Yeah, and this technology is more focused in digital information technology. I would like to say, when you talk about technology, it's vast. So you may explore other technology which will enhance the tourism. But also, I remember the question from the Ruggiero about AI. Yeah, AI, the big issue now, people are talking about it every day. Every day. When you hit the major news sources, every day you find 3, 4, 5, 10 times they talk about AI. So we have to adapt and adopt it. And we have seen currently we have a very big data center. The government has already created that. And also even as Dr. Pima said about the fiber optic, it's there already, but I don't know how much people they already use it because unfortunately, currently we are very diversified in 2G. The 3G is very minimal, covers major cities, but the 4G is still struggling. You find also in the center of the city, that's why people they were complaining. And currently people, they are going to the 5Gs. So in order to enjoy the AI, we need to adopt the 5Gs. So we have it will improve. All hurdles you are getting from your customer care services will be solved by the NLP. But we are struggling in marketing and market segmentation. If you have very good sales, search optimization, search engine optimization, you can see the most benefit out of it. So how to train people to know how to optimize their website, to optimize their digital platform, so they can be accessed the far and beyond where we are. Like right now, we are trying to access different markets. But also currently we have the LLM, large language models. If we put our people in places, we have this tech guy, if they know how to use the LLM, we will see the benefit because this can create new products or new services by using large language models. Okay, you can conduct analysis like what was presented by Manyara here about the economics data and what and what. So through the large language models, you can get that information in the fingertips. You don't need an expert to be behind it. Just in a click of a tool, you get all the results with the interpretations. Okay, so the language model, we need to expose people on that. Okay, and also there's a new opportunity of virtual realities. It creates new products. Okay, we are afraid about sustainability. So if you want people to visit a destination, some people, they don't need to go there. They can just sit somewhere and virtually enter in your destination without getting out from their chair, from their room, and enjoy and experience everything as if they are there. And these people who have been made to watch video game, to play video game, to watch cartoon, to watch it, they like much of these virtual realities. So currently, it's we have to develop the product that has the virtual realities. Try to put our destination in digital format so people that can still subscribe to the service and continue to enjoy that. Okay, so there's a lot of in AI in enhancing the tourism. About potential of the jobs, yes, I'd like to add something. Don't have to worry. It invites other people who were not having these jobs. We need statisticians. So statisticians, we are having very minimal job. People study mathematics and the statistics, they say we don't have anything to do. But currently, there's a big opportunity because these things require intensive use of statistical models and the econometric models. Okay, so we will invite this other group in a job marketing. We have programmers, okay, number of programmers like that expert says doesn't get a programmer to do that, but you can get programmers to do your work and then increase the potentiality of the AI. And also people who can interpret the information. Yes, you can have information, but who can interpret? We don't need to produce just information. but who can interpret information? The future of the world now is interpretation of the information. Information is everywhere. If you want everything, you can go to the internet, you'll get it, but can you interpret it? So every career now is changing. It's no longer about producing information, it's about interpreting the information. I know there's a lot of drawbacks, okay, like a loss of job. These people will be trained how to sustain in new markets, okay, how to sustain in new markets. Another drawbacks which we have, destination change. Some of the places which were not popular previous, now they are popular. The places which you didn't think before they will get a very good clients. Like us, we concentrate in natural tourism, but people now they are going beyond natural tourism. So we have to change because there's a change of destinations. People are investing in technology so they can go there. As I say, people who grow at the video games and cartoons, sometimes they don't want the physical things. They want aesthetic things. So they can enjoy seeing the imagery. Previously, we were surprising to see somebody's watching cartoons. But now you find animated movies, even the very old people, they're watching animated movie. The same guy can enter in the virtual reality and enjoy the destinations. So instead of thinking only the big five as source of destination, try to think about the augmented reality and the virtual reality, which is a new area of opportunity. We have to invest in that. But the bigger challenge, as you say in this technology, is policies. There's a lot of AI has no policy currently. AI has no policies. There's some drafted UN and what, but there's no very cut across policy. So people, they're afraid because they're not sure. If there's no policy, there's no regulation to govern it, it will become a big challenge. People are still in the discussion tables to discuss how they're going to control it. The government are afraid because it creates a big window for the exposure. So we are afraid of that. That's why currently people they try to discuss with the major developers and what. And you see now AI has been shifted from the academia as just a research, it goes to the industry. Yeah, large language model, they are available. Policy directive, they are already available. So there's a lot of potential as a private party, they have already come to the places to ensure this. The AI and the technology enhance our life. Okay, because AI, it exposes us in a lot of dangers, let's invite Madam Helen to address the issue on the risk exposure in tourism marketing. Welcome, Madam Helen, on the security issue in tourism.
Okay, good afternoon to all of you. I'm Helen Meshak, and my title is Destination Security and Tourism. We understand how security is a very hot issue. Of course, mine is the informative presentation. Mine is the informative presentation. Of course, we understand why tourism is very important. It benefits travelers as well as communities around. Of course, in urban areas, and even in suburban areas. When considering a location like Arusha, I'll read and explain a bit. Tanzania, which is a major tourist hub for safaris and natural attractions, destination security is a critical factor in the tourism industry. I mean, we need to guarantee them. He has said about technology, but if there is no security, if you're not sure of that, then we are not going to receive them. Tourism and hospitality business incorporates various business activities such as travel and transportation. Think of that, it's all about security again. Through the air or other modes of travel, lodging, messing, restaurants, and tourism destinations. Let's say people want to go and climb, the tourists want to go and climb Mount Kilimanjaro. You have to assure them of security, either through transportation, the logistics, food, or whatever, or whoever is taking them there. So assurance of security is very important. Destination security is a complex theme and the biggest challenge in today's world. For instance, if you remember of those who were in Sudan, tourists, and when the war started, I happened to watch CNN. Some of them were in swimming pools, and all of a sudden, ta, ta, ta. Now, how do you evacuate them? And that is why it is the biggest challenge in today's world. In the globe today, tourism is one of the tremendously competitive industries which calls for serious measures in safety and security. You cannot just say we want the 5 million. Assure them that you're going to meet the issue of safety and security. So whatever we plan, security is paramount. Now, this is the guru when it comes to security issues. And of course, he highlighted the new patterns of global security in the 21st century. It's about political, it's about military, it's about economic, it's about societal, and it's about environmental. Now, importance of destination security in tourism. Number one, traveler confidence. We need to create that one. Traveler confidence. Why do you want them to come? Now, assure them that they'll be out of these items or others not listed there as well. For instance, explore without fear of theft. If they come here, the issue of theft, I don't know, stealing from them, violence, or healthy risks. Number two, economic impact. We want to enjoy, but as well, they want to enjoy what they are paying for. So, if we cannot, then there will be sharp decline in visitor numbers, affecting local businesses and overall economic health. If you remember, when I came in here, I was asked, how is tourism related to security? Now, these are the issues. In case we cannot maintain it, we are not going to enjoy it as well. Again, crisis management. We want them to come here, but in case there's anything, how are we going to manage? Are we prepared? Do we have the knowledge? Do we have the skills? Do we have the facilities in place? For instance, we saw the issue of COVID, or in case we have natural disasters. Now, of course, we need to be in a position to ensure the protection of tourists and the stability of tourism flows. Now, it's the issue, are we in a position to manage in case anything happens on the ground? How do we manage the crisis? How do we provide information to the people who visit us or we consider them as tourists? Again, the other issue is reputation. A secure destination builds a positive global reputation, which leads to repeat visits and word-of-mouth recommendations. Reputation. For instance, those in the hotels. confidentiality of the information? Do you steal to the people who sleep in your hotels? Do you provide right information? Is it clear? All this builds up on what? Reputation. For instance, I've forgotten my handset. I come back. Will I find it there or will it not be there? We are all building on that particular item reputation. Again, a very hot issue. Of course, you have the artificial intelligence, but sustainable tourism. Security measures also protect the cultural and environmental resources that attract tourists in the first place. If you can see that particular small picture there, there is no Planet B. Is it clear up to there? We need to protect. So it's not only today. We have to think of the future or sustainability of the industry. Now, several key factors influence tourism security. Of course, I've itemized or listed Arusha, but we understand in the country. For instance, the issue of crime rates, petty theft and scams, violent crime, healthy security, very serious one, healthcare facilities, do we have enough? How good are they? Again, disease prevention. Again, the issue of political stability, the government policies we have in place, local law enforcement, the police, we understand. Again, the issue of terrorism threats, regional instability, okay, we consider ourselves stable or as a country, but we understand what is happening within the region. Again, public spaces and attractions, how safe are they? And how much information do we provide to our tourists as well? Again, another factor is natural disasters and wildlife hazards. Wildlife safety, we also want to protect, and natural disasters. Again, a challenge which my brother there was sharing to me, tourism infrastructure. We want to attract more, but the infrastructure has to be what? Beautiful and attractive. Traveling from one place to another. Again, road safety, accommodations and security. Very, very important. Again, cultural sensitivity and community relations. Tourist behavior, I believe for those in the industry, when you receive them, you usually talk to them. Maybe here, this is our culture, please try to adjust in this and this and this and whatever. Again, community crime. So if you look at it, it's not only you in the industry. Awareness has to be created around that. We depend on this particular sector. Please let us be very positive. Again, the other issue, cybersecurity, online fraud. We understand how this particular item is very sensitive. Assure me of transaction, not I transact and all of a sudden when I come and check, something has been deducted, which was not my transaction. Now, ensuring security in tourism destinations involves a combination of preventive measures, proactive strategies in place, and community engagement. That is why I said not only you in the sector, but the communities around as well. The best practices commonly adopted by successful tourism destinations to maintain safety and attract visitors are, of course, it's strengthening law enforcement. The police we have in place should be knowledgeable, visible police presence, but again, knowledgeable. It's not only the physical presence, you understand. Specialized tourism police, and who can speak their language as well, and regular patrolling. The other item is implementing emergency response plan in case we have a crisis. How do we handle it? How do we share the information? And how speed or fast are we when it comes to responding? Tourist safety information, and it has to be uniform. Not this particular tour operator speaks this, and the other tour operator speaks whatever. The uniformity of the information. and simulated drills, for instance, at the airport or with the police or whichever responsible organ. Again, ensuring infrastructure security, transport safety. Whoever is driving will take them from point A to point B in a very decent manner and a safe manner. Hotel and accommodation security, assurance. When we sleep, we are assured that the accommodation is safe. And safe public spaces. Not maybe they go somewhere and drink and whatever, and all of a sudden they're attacked or whatever. Again, fostering collaboration with the private sector. This cannot only be on government side, but the PPP thing was, I think, highlighted along the presentation. Again, certification and standards. At times they want to know the standards and whatever. Again, health and sanitation protocols when it comes to handling food and other items as well. Access to health care, disease control. One will ask you, how safe is your country? You need to be in a position to say, vaccination requirements, what requirements are in place. Again, enhancing cyber security. This has been happening or appearing every now and then. A very sensitive because it's a very current issue. Secure payment systems. I want to be assured when I transact. Public Wi-Fi safety. If I use it, am I going to be assured that everything is okay? Or later on, I'll see someone doing something with my information. Again, cultural sensitivity, training, educating tourists. At least at times you need to tell them, maybe with the locals, you have to do this and this and this, or this is how we do things around here. And local community engagement. And that is why I did say it cannot be left only to tour operators. Awareness has to be created all over the place. Again, using technology for safety, tourist tracking apps, in case you can use them to assure them, and surveillance where it's possible. The other thing is public awareness campaigns, security awareness, and avoiding high-risk areas. I believe this is communicated when you receive them. Again, regular assessment and adaptation, security audits to see if the measures in place are still valid or we need to improve or work on more. And collaboration with international security agencies. At times, we do not work in isolation. We need to work with other international organizations as well. Now, as a conclusion, of course, it's all about, as global tourism trends prioritize safety, it's an issue of security. I'm not going to read everything, but it's about working together and making sure that our region or our country is safe. And it's all about information and speed of information. Now, I'm going to give this particular last slide. It's the statistics. According to a World Travel and Tourism Council report, of course, it was of 2015, but to date, the statistics remain the same. In case a destination is attacked, let's say a terrorist attack, it takes about 13 months to recover. 13 months. If it's disease, 21 months. 1 year and some months. An environmental disaster, 24 months. That is 2 years. And political unrest, 27 months. That is why it's very good, whichever kind of security we are talking, we need to put our place or our region in a safe hands. Thank you very much for your listening.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Helen. Dr. Arusha, welcome to the chair, so you can discuss some more issues with Madam Helen.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. It was a good presentation from Dr. Helen. Congratulations. It's true that Tanzania is a must destination. Tanzania really is a must destination due to its incredible natural beauty that it has. I'm saying that Tanzania is a true destination due to its natural beauty, including the Serengeti National Park.
Wa ITV bado tuko katika kongamano hili la kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani na aliyetoka kuzungumza ni Dr. Helen Mesha kutoka chuo cha uhasibu Arusha. Ameshazungumza kile kitu ambacho alikuwa amekiandaa kwa ajili ya kushare na wadau mbalimbali wa sekta ya utalii ambao wako hapa katika hoteli ya Green Melia jijini Arusha. Kama nilivyokuambia kwamba ni kongamano kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani ambalo limeandaliwa na chuo cha uhasibu Arusha IAA kwa kushirikiana na Rethinking. Bado tunaendelea kupokea mijadala tofauti kutoka kwa wadau wote ambao wamehusika katika kongamano hili. Na nimekuambia ITV, Media tutakuwa na wewe mpaka siku ya kesho ambapo itakuwa ndo kilele cha kuadhimisha siku ya utalii duniani, na nilikujuza kwamba mgeni rasmi ambaye tunamtegemea tutakayekuwa naye kwa siku nzima ya kesho ni waziri wa maliasili na utalii Dr. Pindi Chana. Tutakuwa naye hapa kwa siku nzima ya kesho kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Basi endelea kufuatilia kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea na mimi nitakuletea update zote za kila kitu ambacho kinazungumzwa hapa katika ukumbi wa Green Melia jijini Arusha.
And the second good question is that we know that tourism sector is under the Tanzania Investment Center. So far it is also entitled to the incentives provided by TIC. So far we have some policies, some marketing policies, strategies, and acts. So far, there is also one saying that investors in tourism sector do enjoy tax exemption on import duty provided under the East African Customs Management Act during the importation of especially tourist transportation. How can you say for this, especially for private sectors? So we have more investors that are doing, especially in hotels. They need also to import some of the utensils. So how can you also suggest for the government to do for these private sectors? So that's the second area needs more clarification. But I have also the rusty part in your presentations. You were saying that according to a World Travel and Tourism Council report, the study also found that by comparison, tourism takes longer to bounce back. That's from a terrorist attack takes about 13 months. So far, I was really surprised with what? And how do we justify this? That maybe a terrorist attack takes about 13 months, or for tourism to recover takes 21 months. So far, this needs more clarification. Yes, definitely. So welcome. Can first respond to those three areas, and then we'll come to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your three good questions. Number one, it's about making this particular sector a catalyst to the economy. Of course, tourism does not stand on its own. This is a cross-cutting sector. It does not stand on its own. banking sector, accommodation, transportation, and a number of sectors work together to contribute to this particular sector. So we cannot talk only of tourism. Each sector which works with this particular sector has to be improved as well. Because, okay, the accommodation will be good. What about the financial institutions? Because they transact. What about the, let's say, police, the security sector? So all sectors which work with this particular sector have to be well equipped and well coordinated. Coming to number 2 about the investors in this particular sector. I think, or what I understand is, there have been a number of discussions when they want to import, because at times the policies are there, but still when they import some of the things, they are stuck somewhere. And the discussions have been going there to improve on this particular issue. Coming to number 3, about the terrorist attack. These are studies which have been done. It's not that I've just come with the statistics. Attacks have been in a number of countries, more than 20. I have a paper which I studied about this. And through literature, I also came to realize it's true. Because it doesn't just start from attack. For instance, there was a case in Pakistan which was of interest. An employee of the hotel who was hired there. First, he was hired as a clerk, you understand? Later on, he was elevated, moved from one department to whatever, and he became a manager. But the reality, vetting was a crisis. You know, he was a terrorist. Later on, after 7 months, he shared the story. When you come to the hotel, this is the entry point. Here is where you'll get a number of tourists. Here, when you attack, is where it will call for international attention. So that is just a simple example, recruitment. But it's a number of studies which have been conducted along in the world. When a destination is attacked, then these are the statistics which have been provided or which we are citing them up to now. For the destination to full function, like I did say earlier, it is not an independent sector. It depends on other sectors as well. So all other sectors to recover, it takes the 13 months. I believe I've answered to your questions.
Thank you, presenter, for good responses for the first 3 questions. So for now, come to your audience. If you have some questions, comments, suggestions on the destinations, security, and the tourism. So I can see 2 hands. So please.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. I have one question to ask. We understand that there is a lot of measures trying to protect the tourists who are coming to Tanzania or who are coming here. But what measures are there to protect suppliers here in Tanzania, especially like the hotels or DMCs, against some of these tourists who are actually not intending to behave accordingly? Because we see a lot of effort is given to the tourists, as in like if there's anything, there's a problem, they get to be, or their story gets to be heard much more better. But what about the suppliers here, or someone with a hotel and has been frauded by the tourist, or something bad has happened to the tourist? Is there anything that's there for them to be protected as also key members in the tourism industry?
Thank you. So it's better we receive 3 questions for the first round.
Thank you. Can I proceed? Okay, thank you, Helen, for the good presentation and the moderator. My question is on you were talking about the peace and security from the higher level. I'm looking at the lower level. Tanzania is still a developing country. And you can see that the major problem we have right now is unemployment, especially for the youth. When the tourists come around the towns, even the national parks, everywhere, we have youth who are just hanging around, looking for opportunities because we don't have jobs. So I just wanted to know, how do we address that? Because we believe tourism can be a source of employment and also can create jobs, but still we have not proven that to the youth who are still also expecting to gain from tourism, and they're also a threat to the tourists, especially when it comes to safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. So there's one question at the back. Please, at the back. Ebenezer, yes, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Ali, for a very nice presentation. Actually, I don't have a question, but I want to contribute something in this particular presentation. Now, you've spoken something about petty crimes, and I want to add something that has to do with fraud in tourism industry. And when we speak of fraud, we mean tour operating companies, specifically online tour operating companies, posing as legit tour operating companies and conning tourists in this particular segment. So we started the tourism-oriented policing. The diplomatic and tourism units is there. If you go there today, 80% of all crimes that are being committed are online fraud. What does that entail? It entails that when tourists are being conned, they go to TripAdvisor and other platforms, and then they start complaining. Automatically, the rank of safety within our country shifts. It means what? It means we have been ranked very low in terms of safety and security. So I think we should work upon making sure that the tourism and diplomatic police unit is a functional unit that is well trained. I'm fortunate enough to have been part of forming the police unit and training the police. But I think we should start training them more, because police officers are police officers. They don't understand tourism industry per se. So I think the first thing is making sure that we train them well, assist them well. Thanks for Tato, that has been contributed a lot of vehicles, a lot of tourism police posts, and a lot of motorcycles around the town. But also they have a unit in cybercrime which is doing very well. So I think we should also focus on that, because the more fraud is there in our country, it means what? The rankings in terms of how safe we are also has a problem. Number two is the issue of contingency plan. I understand when we speak of contingency plan in the context of our country, we speak of a reactive rather than a proactive contingency plan. I think you understand what I'm saying. Almost all the time when a crisis happens, what do? We react, but we don't proact, meaning that creating an environment in which the situation should not happen. We have seen airline accidents. We have seen a lot of things that are happening in our country. So I think we should shift on that. We should shift on making sure that we have a reactive risk management plan rather than a proactive management plan which is set within our country. So I think if we do that and making sure that we don't talk too much, we just do what is supposed to be done, automatically then it might also affect and promote tourism industry in our country. Thank you.
Thank you for good comment, and I think the presenter has also noted. It's true that policies also have to be fruitful and effective. And I know that normal tourism operators are the ones who are responsible for making sure that the safety of the customers is being adhered. For instance, it's accommodation, as the presenter said. Also offering some insurance for tourists also to be given, but also informing the tourists about potential risks and precautions. So I think before going to the second round, let me give the presenter to respond to the first three questions. I think first two questions and also to comprehend over the comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother, for the good question about suppliers. I think I don't have a straight answer, but what I would recommend is you do due diligence. Whatever you do or whatever transaction you do as a supplier, make sure you do or you conduct due diligence. Information is available, and I believe you work as a team in the industry. It's easy to be informed, either the person or whoever is visiting is a good one or not good one. You still can seek for the information and get, and I believe information is available. I believe I've answered it. Although I see you, due diligence. Number two, my sister, your question, I understand this is a crisis. When you are talking about the youth, the only thing I believe and I understand, we need to work from the grassroots, from the ward level or community level, and educate our youth. Saying only at the national level, we are not going to sort that particular problem. So it has to start from the grassroots, the community level, the ward level. We know one another from the community level. And let us talk to them or tell them or educate them about the importance of this particular industry. So awareness has to be created from the grassroots. Otherwise, from the national level, we cannot. It has to start from the communities around. In that aspect, we will be in a position to curb the challenges you are talking about. Thank you very much.
So then you go for the second round, but let's remember that normally our tourism destinations is also guided by the 4 C's. We have conservations, we have also community, we have also culture and commerce. So if those 4 C's are adhered, also tourism also sector will also be fruitful. So now second round, please. If you have also comments, suggestions, questions. Yes, there is one question then.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Madam, for your presentation. As we see, the tourism having the positive impact and both negative impact. So I think I want to talk about the negative impact. How will you ensure the security or preservation of the culture of the tourists when they are going in the environments and when they are going to the societies which preserve their culture? So how can you preserve their culture to be not affected by the Western culture? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Western culture. So next, Dr. Charles.
Thank you very much, and I was really happy to get known of security regarding tourism in general. Last year, 2023, I did a research about the local transport among the tourists in Tanzania. And one of the challenge in the local transport, including the local buses, Dala Dala, Boda Boda, the Bajaji, and the rest, is also likely to be one of the factors contributing to the lack of security and safety among the tourists in Tanzania. So as we think of safety and security of the tourists or security in tourism, travel, or hospitality, one of the areas that we have to press on, one of the areas that we have to put on the light is the local transport. Because the local transport that we have in Tanzania might be different from the nature of the transport outside, I mean, where these kind of tourists come from. However, we have to extend our thinking, considering about if you go through the presentation of all what we are doing here, we are only discussing by thinking the outsiders, the external tourists, leaving behind also the local tourism. So as we think of security and safety of the tourists, we should not only think of those outsiders, we should also consider the local tourists. But number two, as we talk of safety and security, if you follow up very nicely about the US tourists and the UK tourists, they normally have what we call the hotline number, whereby wherever or in whenever they get a problem, they have a hotline they can call to someone or to summon their security and safety. Therefore, one of the major ways we can also consider in ensuring safety and security among the tourists is communication, tangible communication, a hotline communication, by remembering that our life starts with communication. So communication, the hotline for communication is very important. We should have a number that when we call, it is get picked up, and on the spot, we respond accordingly. One of the problems that we have in Tanzania, especially when it comes to public sector, is the picking up of the hotline numbers that we have on the websites or in other platforms. So one of the suggestions that we should, one of the deliberation that we should take forward in this conference is considering the immediate pickup or the quick response of picking up these numbers for safety and security. And thank you very much. I profoundly submit.
Thank you, Dr. Chaz. Do you have more suggestion, question, comment from the audience?
Thank you, Madam, for your very nice presentation. So I have a question. You know, Tanzania is termed as one of very expensive destination among other East African countries, more even I can say Africa. My question is, you know, in calculating quotation due to most of our service being very expensive, starting from the park fees, concession, hotel costing, and transport, especially the internal flights. So what measures as Tanzania is taking to improve our infrastructures in order to reduce the costing for maybe transport? Because when you're calculating for luxury travelers, it's hard. Example, a traveler had the 3 days of program. It's hard to take a traveler driving from Arusha to Serengeti. Rather, you have to take internal flight to Serengeti, Soronera. But the costs are very expensive, you know, for the flight. Which measures as Tanzania as a destination are taking to improve the infrastructures in order to improve the security for our travelers, to avoid more accidents and all that? Thank you.
Thank you. Measures for improve infrastructures. I can also comprehend to Dr. Chaz on integrating digital signage and the kiosk. Sometimes it's called a public phone. It's where tourists in the press can also get more information. Maybe can also get information from newspapers, refreshments, tickets also can also be sold. But the only issue is public phone. Though we have terms not in here. So.
Okay, there was that particular question about preserving our local culture. The only thing I can talk about this is awareness and education. Nothing beyond that. It's about awareness and education to our children and our communities around. We need to educate them why we need to harness our culture. They are just coming to visit us and pay for what we are showing them. If we dilute our culture, we are going to have nothing to sell. So we need to create awareness and education, why it is very important to harness our culture. Again, when it comes to expensive destination, this question is somehow tricky. But I believe it's the duty of the government first to create or to invest into the infrastructure heavily. I believe when the government does, the private sector will come. If the government doesn't invest in those big areas, the private sectors are not going to move into such areas, which is another challenge. Now, possibly the central government has plans in place, but how fast are they when it comes to reacting to the challenges which you are posing to the sector? Really, I don't have an answer to that. But when it comes to the roads and whatever, I believe something has to be done very fast, because even my brother there shared a story when we were taking a cup of tea. We are doing a lot of promotions and everything, but on the ground, the infrastructure is not working. That is a challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Presenter. So just in one sentence, how can we link destination, security, and tourism? Just in one sentence.
Of course, security is everything. Security is everything. For us to receive or for our destination to become attractive, number one is security. No security on the ground, no security whatever, the destination is not going to be attractive or appealing to tourists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Program
Thank you very much, Dr. Helen and Dr. Arusha. Security, the everything, security, the everything. And you have seen, we have tried to deal with the major issue of security. So we have people, they are coming in. But one of the contributors talk about the petty theft and fraud. Those are seen as the major challenges in our economic setup. So we should try our level best to reduce that. As Madam was suggesting about the employment of youth. Yeah, so for the youth, I urge them, this is an opportunity. Yeah, rather than engaging in the petty theft and the fraud issues, they can take this opportunity to learn what a better thing to do in tourism so they can enjoy. Yeah, there's a number of institutions that provide support on the initiation of startups, especially here in Arusha. I see the past 2 or 3 weeks, I was here attending one of the workshop and awarding events on the creativity and innovations. Yeah, Ndoye was here because they try to encourage people to participate in the tourism sector, especially here in Northern Circuit. So the youth, they should participate in, there's a lot of support from different organizations. Westwell is one of them, and the other institutions. They try to do their level best to support youth in creating company that will serve the tourism market. So that is one of them. And also, as you have seen, the fraud issue, people in the tourism industry, they try their level best to provide information, because what people they are suffering on the fraud is the lack of information. Okay, we go somewhere, you find there's no information. When you go Wikipedia to find information about Tanzania tourism sector, it's very scant. You can try to log in it right now, and you can see information is very minimal, and nobody care about that because nobody thinks I'm not the one to provide information. But when people they have been get very poor information, as we say, they go to TripAdvisor, put very poor comments. Very poor comment, and sometimes when you go to some of the hotels, when you find some comments, you're afraid and say the people won't come back again. So sometimes you have to be vigilant to go online and then answer some of the issues because you like your industry. So don't sit down and believe maybe someone from Ministry of Resources, Natural Resources and Tourism will answer. Even you can contribute because you know the place much better. If you are the resident of Arusha, one or another, you're enjoying the tourism. So stay vigilant, try to advocate the better issues about the Arusha. When you find the bad comment, please provide very good comment about Arusha. Yes, and also in the street right now, I've seen improvement of lights. Yeah, currently we have seen lights when we pass through this road. Previously it was dark, but currently I've seen solar street light has been installed. Somehow the street is a bit lighted at the night, and I see some Wazungu walking around. I don't even afraid, but previous when I see them Mzungus walking around, I'm afraid because I know when it reaches a certain point in the black spot, it can be robbed. But currently, things are a bit better. Not much better, a bit better. Try to walk at night and then find those places you can see, and then you can comment on yourself. So we need to be vigilant in improving the security of our places. But also sometime apart through the internet, I found people that are complaining about food security. Especially they're afraid to eat street food. Because many of them, they believe they have some pathogens. So from that angle, also we need to improve. You can have visitors, but they eat only in hotels. So that's local content we are advocating here and there, you find cannot be realized. So we need to improve the quality of service provided by our local people, local vendors. Because people, they come in Tanzania to enjoy, to experience Tanzania, not to come in big hotels only. They want to go in the street, they want to go in whatever, so they can enjoy things around there. Okay, so in order to do that, we need to improve our health standard. Okay, so that's all for today. Okay, that is all for today. We'll have another presentation tomorrow in the same place, the same time. So tomorrow we have more papers, and also tomorrow we have different guests from the ministry, because tomorrow the 27th is a real day of the commemorations. So we invite you all to come here today, to come here tomorrow to continue enjoying this material. Okay, also from now we'll have the Expo will continue. Okay, from here you can go to the Expo till 5, and then after 5 we'll have the cocktail party, and you're all invited. We'll have the cocktail party from 5 till later at night. So you are also invited, and the cocktail will have everything good to enjoy, to quench your thirst and something of that nature. Okay, so I would like to invite you, Dr. Mato, to say a few words before we end up this. Okay, Dr. Mato.
Yeah, to me, it's like I would like to thank you and commend your presence here. Today we had a very good presentations and papers. So the same tomorrow also we're going to have some papers on community participations, on IT, and so forth and so on. So please, let's make ourselves available on time so that we'll be here and there'll be more discussions and so forth. Of course, right now also we can share the network and experience for the Expo. We have some companies outside there. They are showing their products and services. So we can just ask them, share some experience, because they have some experience on this field, so that they'll be able also to provide some services. So I would like to thank you very much for your presence, and let's see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mato. So now it's just networking and Expo. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow, or see you at cocktail.
TV kama nilivyokuambia kwamba ni kongamano kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani hapa katika hoteli ya Green Melia, na chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kwa kushirikiana na Green Thinking wamehakikisha kwamba kongamano hili linaweza kufanyika. Mjadala imeweza kukamilika kwa sasa, lakini natamani nikutanisha na baadhi ya watu ambao wamehusika au wameingia kwenye kongamano hili ili kuhakikisha kwamba tunazungumza nao na kutuambia kwamba the way ambavyo mambo yalikuwa yanaenda, lakini pia wamelionaje kongamano na wamejiandaa vipi kuelekea siku ya kesho. Kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa kabisa. Niko na madamu hapa na yeye ni mmoja wapo wa watu ambao wamehusika pia leo katika kongamano hili kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani. Dokta, habari ya kwako?
Nzuri.
Hongera kwa siku ya kongamano.
Asante.
Kongamano umelionaje, lakini pia nini hasa ambacho umekipata kutokana na vitu vyote ambavyo vimezungumzwa kwa siku nzima ya leo?
Kongamano limeendelea vizuri sana, lakini kikubwa tunajaribu kuonyesha ni jinsi gani theme ya kongamano hili ni peace and tourism. Tunajaribu kuonyesha ni jinsi gani usalama ni muhimu katika kuongeza watalii katika nchi yetu, na vile vile watalii wanavyokuja kuwa salama katika nchi yetu.
Kwa hiyo umejiandaaje pia na siku ya kesho, kwa sababu tunajua kesho ni kilele na kesho ndo tunaadhimisha siku ya utalii duniani?
Tumejiandaa vizuri sana, tuna presentation za mada tofauti, na kikubwa tunajaribu kuonyesha pia dunia katika kuadhimisha kilele cha utalii duniani kwamba usalama ni kitu muhimu sana kwa wageni wanapotembelea kwenye vivutio vya watalii. Kwa hiyo katika vitu ambavyo tumejiandaa pia ni kutangaza vivutio vyetu ambavyo viko pale nje. Utaona kuna watalii, makampuni mbalimbali ya utalii, kuna hifadhi za taifa na watu wengine wote ambao ni wadau wakubwa katika sekta ya utalii.
Basi tukutane kesho kwenye kilele cha siku ya utalii duniani.
Asante sana.
Mtazamaji wa ITV, bado tunaendelea kuzungumza na watu mbalimbali ambao tuko nao katika kongamano hili kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani. Na hapa pia nakutana na dokta ambaye amehusika pia, Dr. Helen Meshaki ambaye amehusika kutuelezea swala zima la utalii pamoja na masuala ya security, usalama. Dokta, habari ya kwako?
Nzuri kabisa.
Hongera kwa speech nzuri ambayo tumesikia kwa siku nzima leo.
Asante sana.
Umezungumzia swala zima la utalii pamoja na masuala mazima ya security. Labda utupe kidogo kwa undani, kwa sababu tunajua kuna maswali mengi yameweza kuulizwa, lakini pia mtazamaji ambaye anatutazama kwa sasa angependa kujua pia kwa nini hasa wewe ulichukua ile pati ya security pamoja na utalii?
Pati ya security na utalii ni pati muhimu sana. Hatuwezi tu tukasema watalii waje Tanzania wakati nchi haiko salama. Kwa hiyo security kama nilivyoionyesha kwenye kila kitu, kwenye swala la infrastructure, kwenye swala la accommodation, mazingira na transactions wanazozifanya mtaani au kwenye mabenki. Mtaani namaanisha labda kama mtalii ameingia kwenye nani ya M-Pesa, labda amedraw, ahakikishe kwamba ile transaction aliyoifanya data zake haziibiwi. Kwa hiyo swala la usalama ni la muhimu sana kwenye kila kitu mtalii anapokuja hapa. Mtalii anapokuja hapa akaibiwa tu, tayari reputation ya nchi imeshabadilika. Mtalii labda akaenda sehemu labda kama hoteli akala chakula kibaya, ni swala la food security na lenyewe. Kwa hiyo chain ya swala la security ndio maana nimeainisha pale ni cross cutting. Sio tu kwenye usalama wake wa kutembea, pia vile mazingira ya nchi, mazingira ya kule anakokwenda, usalama wa kila sehemu. Kwa hiyo ndio maana nikasema swala la utalii ni sekta mtambuka. Utalii hausimami peke yake. Utalii unasimama na taasisi nyingine kama nilivyosema, za fedha, usafirishaji, chakula, siasa mitaani kwetu. Si tufanye siasa zetu, lakini watalii bado waishi kwa amani. Yaani waje watalii, siasa zetu zisiwadhuru wao. Kwa hiyo ndio maana swala la usalama ni zuri sana kwenye hii mada ya leo.
Dokta, mimi nikushukuru sana.
Nashukuru sana, asante.
Huyo ni Dr. Helen Meshaki ambaye tumezungumza naye hapa kuhusiana na masuala mazima ambayo tuko nayo leo ndani ya kongamano kuelekea siku ya utalii duniani. Na nikujuze tu kwamba siku ya kesho tarehe 27 mwezi wa 9 2024 kwa kila mwaka ndio huwa tunaazimisha siku ya utalii duniani. Bado naendelea kuzungumza na watu ambao wako hapa na tunaendelea kuzungumzia mambo mbalimbali ambayo yameendelea hapa katika siku ya utalii duniani. Naendelea kutafuta watu ambao wamehusika hapa kwa namna moja au nyingine kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Niko na madamu hapa pia, natamani tukamfahamu na atujuze pia nini ambacho amekipata hasa katika kongamano hili. Madamu, habari ya kwako?
Nzuri, habari.
Salama, ukijitambulisha tukufahamu kwa majina yako na unatokea wapi pia?
Majina yangu naitwa Mariam Choma Kobelo, ni meneja utalii na masoko kutoka mamlaka hifadhi ya eneo la Ngorongoro.
Okay, tumeona wadau wengi mmeshiriki leo katika kongamano la kuelekea siku ya kilele cha utalii duniani ambayo ni siku ya kesho. Kama mdau kutokea Ngorongoro, nini hasa ambacho umekipata kutokana na kongamano hili?
Kama vile theme ya mwaka huu inavyosema, utalii na amani. Kwa hiyo tumeweza kujifunza mengi kutoka kwa wawasilishaji ambapo walionyeshwa ni namna gani utalii unategemea sana amani. Na sisi kama tunavyoona Tanzania tuna vivutio vingi ambavyo vinatumika katika kuchangia katika pato la taifa. Kwa hiyo wawasilishaji wamesisitiza ni namna gani kama nchi tuwe pamoja na tuweze kudumisha amani yetu ili tuweze sasa kuendelea kupata watalii kutoka maeneo mbalimbali ya dunia, lakini pia hata watalii wa ndani. Yeah.
Na watalii wawe na amani, kwa sababu tunajua mamlaka ya hifadhi ya Ngorongoro ni moja wapo ambapo sehemu watalii wanafika kwa ajili ya kuendelea kuangalia vile vitu ambavyo haviko Tanzania.
Ndio. Na Ngorongoro kuna amani. Ngorongoro kuna amani kama tunavyoendelea kushuhudia watalii kutoka maeneo mbalimbali duniani, lakini ongezeko pia tunaendelea kuona ongezeko kubwa la watalii wa ndani, na hii ni kwa sababu mamlaka inaendelea kuhifadhi lakini pia kutangaza vivutio na kutunza vile vivutio ambavyo watalii wanapenda kuja na kuviona. Kwa hiyo mimi naendelea kuwasisitiza wananchi, lakini pia kama serikali tunaendelea kuhakikisha kwamba amani ndani ya eneo la Ngorongoro inaendelea kudumishwa, lakini ndani ni moja, lakini pia maeneo ambayo tunapakana nayo yenyewe pia yako salama na kuona watalii wanakuja na kupata huduma ambazo ziko bora na salama.
Mimi nikushukuru sana madam, na naamini tunakutana kesho kwenye kilele cha kuadhimisha siku ya utalii dunia.
Kabisa, tutakuwepo na Ngorongoro sisi ni wafadhili, moja kati ya wafadhili katika Rethinking of Tourism Day.
Asante sana. Kama ambavyo nimekujuza kwamba swala zima la kongamano ndo kitu ambacho kilikuwa kinaendelea hapa, na tunajua kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu kwa mwaka 2024 inazungumzia masuala mazima ya peace pamoja na utalii, na kila kitu kimeweza kwenda sawa kabisa. Bado naendelea kuongea na watu wengine tofauti tofauti ambao wameshiriki katika kongamano hili ambalo limeandaliwa na Chuo cha Uhasibu Arusha kwa kushirikiana na Rethinking, watu ambao wamehusika kwa namna moja au nyingine kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu kinaweza kwenda sawa. Mimi naitwa Ombeni Kifum, hii ni AI Media, nyuma ya kamera yuko Wanaecha. Bado tunaendelea kuongea na watu tofauti tofauti ambao wameweza kushiriki katika maonesho haya. Nipo na baadhi ya wadau pia hapa ambao wameshiriki katika maonesho haya. Ningependa nianze na madam hapa. Madam, habari ya kwako?
Nzuri kabisa.
Tungependa kukufahamu, lakini pia najua unatokea Chuo cha Uhasibu Arusha, lakini mtu ambaye anatutazama kwa sasa angependa kukufahamu pia.
Mimi naitwa Leticia Rwabishugi, ni Dean wa Faculty ya Humanities and Social Sciences.
Tumeona kongamano vile ambavyo limeenda, lakini pia wadau tofauti tofauti kutoka sekta za utalii na sehemu nyingine wameweza kuzungumza. Wewe sasa kwa upande wako, nini hasa ambacho umekipata kutokana na kongamano hili?
Kongamano hili limenipa nafasi ya kupata mawazo mbalimbali kutoka kwa wadau wa utalii, jinsi tunavyoweza kuboresha. Na sisi kama chuo cha uhasibu tunajifunza vitu vingi kwa sababu tuna program tunayoiofa pale au tunayoitoa ya Tourism and Hospitality Management. Kwa hiyo imekuwa nafasi nzuri ya kuendelea kuwasikiliza wadau wanasemaje, mambo gani yanahitajika ili tuweze kuboresha mitaala yetu iendane na soko. Ndio.
Nikushukuru sana. Bado tuko na wadau wengine ambao tunaendelea kuzungumza nao hapa, na tuko na mgeni pia hapa ambaye ameweza kuhusika katika siku nzima ya leo. So, good afternoon.
Asante, naendelea Kiswahili.
Unazungumza Kiswahili?
Pia, lakini sio barabara kama mama, lakini naweza kujaribu.
Okay, welcome in Tanzania.
Asante.
Tungependa kukufahamu kwa majina yako, lakini pia umekuja kama mdau gani katika kongamano hili?
Ndiyo, haya, asante. Jina langu ni Marcel Leiser. Nafanya kazi na UN Tourism. Ni shirika la utalii ya United Nations, Umoja wa Kimataifa. Ndiyo. Na tumefanya mradi mengi hapa Tanzania na Wizara ya Maliasili na Utalii. Na sasa nimefika hapa kufanya presentation ya zile projects. Na kesho ni sikukuu ya utalii duniani. Na ile sikukuu ni pia birthday yetu, kwa sababu ni tarehe kwamba UN Tourism, UNWTO, ilianza kazi yake, ilikuwa established mwaka 1970. Na kwa hiyo tunafanya ile sherehe kila mwaka tarehe 27 mwezi wa 9. Na nafurahi sana kwamba hapa Arusha mwaka jana tayari na mwaka huu tena tunafanya ile conference kubwa kwa ajili ya World Tourism Day.
And last year pia ulishiriki pia kwenye kongamano kama hili?
Ndio, hata last year. Nafurahi sana kila mara nikipata nafasi kurudi Tanzania, kwa sababu nilifanya kazi hapa miaka 5, 95 mpaka 98, na napenda sana hii nchi na kila nafasi ya kurudi na furahi sana na nakuta watu wengi ambao nafahamu ya muda mrefu, miaka mengi, na kila mara tunajaribu kupata nafasi kuanza miradi mpya kusaidia maendeleo ya utalii, hasa kusaidia watu wenyeji kupata faida zaidi ya maendeleo ya utalii.
Okay, thanks. Let's talk kwa session ya leo. Let's talk about today's session. We know that tumeweza kuzungumza mambo mengi sana, lakini I'm sure that na umetoa speech kutokana na kile kitu ambacho umeweza kujiandaa pia kuzungumza kwa siku nzima ya leo. Kuelekea siku ya kilele sasa cha siku ya utalii duniani. Unawaambia nini ambao wanatutazama kupitia IATV na kuhusiana na siku ya kesho ambayo tutafanya kilele hapa pia?
Ndio, lakini kuhusu hata leo tulizungumza kuhusu team ya siku ya utalii. Team ya mwaka huu ni Tourism and Peace. Na
utalii na amani.
Utalii na amani, ndio. Na tulionyesha kwamba utalii inaweza kusaidia sana kuleta amani hapa Afrika, hapa Tanzania, duniani. Kwa bahati nzuri Tanzania ni nchi ya amani, lakini utalii inaweza kusaidia kuendelea na amani. Na hii ni team ya siku ya utalii duniani, na kwa hiyo ni muhimu kuzungumza kuhusu ile team.
Okay, thanks for your time sana. Let's meet tomorrow.
Asante, tutakutana tena.
Basi tumalize na madamu hapa, tuambie neno lolote. Tuko na madamu hapa pia. Madamu, habari yako?
Nzuri, habari yako?
Salama. Kwa mtazamaji ambaye hakufahamu, ungejitambulisha lakini pia na nafasi yako ndani ya chuo cha uhasibu Arusha?
Okay, asante. Naitwa Alona Mwijarubi, natoka chuo cha uhasibu Arusha, ni mkuu wa idara wa utalii na ukarimu. Siku ya leo tumejifunza mambo mengi sana, lakini kikubwa zaidi tumejifunza kwamba safety sio kwa watu wa utalii tu, sio kwa watalii, lakini pia ni kwa ajili ya locals. Lakini pia tumeona exhibitors wengi ambao wameleta bidhaa mbalimbali kwa ajili ya kuonyesha biashara zao, lakini kuonyesha product ambazo wanazitengeneza zinazohusiana na mambo ya utalii na utamaduni. So kwa hilo nilikuwa napenda kuwakaribisha wote ambao wakufika siku ya leo. Kesho kuna mambo mazuri sana, kutakuwa na mada mbalimbali za wildlife, mambo ya environmental issues za peace, na kutoka kwa presenters kutoka ndani ya nchi na nje ya nchi. Karibuni sana na kwa ajili ya kupata mada hizi nzuri kutoka katika mashirika mbalimbali na kutoka kwa watu mbalimbali. Asanteni.
Asante. Wewe ni Madam Lona kutoka chuo cha uhasibu Arusha, na ndo kama tunamaliza hivi mtazamaji wa IATV kutokana na kile kitu chote ambacho tumekizungumza kwa siku nzima ya leo. Na kama nilivyokuambia kwamba tupo katika hoteli ya Green Melia iliyoko hapa jijini Arusha, na ni kongamano kuelekea siku ya kilele ya siku ya utalii duniani. Na kama tunavyofahamu kwamba kauli mbiu ya mwaka huu inazungumza peace and masuala mazima ya utalii, manake ni utalii pamoja na amani, tourism and peace. Na mimi ni Ombeni Kifum, nyuma ya kamera yuko Wanecha. Moja kati ya kitu ambacho kinaonekana hapa ni World Tourism Day 2024, lakini pia tunaona chuo cha uhasibu Arusha kushirikiana na Rethinking wameweza kukamilisha kila kitu ambacho kimeweza kuendelea kwa siku nzima leo. IA Media, IATV tulikuwa hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tunakupatia kila kitu ambacho kinaweza kuendelea. Lakini siku ya kesho tarehe 27 mwezi wa 9 2024 ndo siku ya kilele cha kuadhimisha siku ya utalii duniani. Tutakuwa pamoja pia kuhakikisha kwamba tunaangalia kila kitu ambacho kitaweza kuendelea. Kwa niaba ya wote waliofanikisha matangazo ya mimi naitwa Ombeni Kifum, nyuma ya kamera yuko Wanecha. Asante, mpaka siku ya kesho.